this. We're gonna go over yesterday, and we also gonna finish talking about this. Wait for a couple of you guys to come in. Hello, my replay gang. Don't forget if you're watching this replay, thank you for coming. But before you forget to hit that, and if you're new to hit that subscribe. The show is on the way. Hi, my name is baby. Hey, Tommy. What's up, baby? What's up, my baby? Julie. Julie. What's up, Lambalam? Don't forget to hit that like button. Share the screen. Oh, okay. I'll share it. All right, we're going to start with yeah, I got my rock and roll. Forget y'all. Hey, Larry. Now, let me get this out of here before we go into before we get into it. I want to get to this. Okay, it says Cassie allege years of bait and abuse and lawsuit filed against brotherly love, right? Sean Combs is accused by Cassie of bait and years of abuse and lawsuit. In the suit, the singer says Mr. Combs, known as Diddy, subjected her to a pattern of control and abuse over about a decade. Mr. Combs vehemently denied the allegations. Which ones is allegations? Does that mean all, or does that mean some, or just allegations? Period. Right? Mr. Combs, the producer and music mogul who has been one of the most famous names in hip hop for decades, was sued in federal court on Thursday by Cassie, the R&B singer once signed to his label, who accused Mr. Combs of bait and repeatedly physical abuse over a decade. In the suit filed in the federal district court in Manhattan, Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra, and who had long been Mr. Combs' romantic partner, says that not long after she met him in 2005, when she was 19, remember, 19, she's still a teenager, even though it may not mean nothing to a lot of you, but if you're almost hitting your 40s, number one, that could be your kid. And then number two, there is plenty of time to mold that teenager the way you want her mold because you've been out there in this world way longer than her, right? He began a pattern of control and abuse that included plying her with drugs, beating her, and forcing her to have sex with a succession of male, you know what, while he filmed, the encounters in 2018. The suit says near the end of their relationship, Mr. Combs forced his way into her home and baked. After years of silence, Miss Ventura said in a statement, I am finally ready to tell my story and to speak up on behalf of myself for the benefit of other women who face violence and abuse in their relationship. And the response, a lawyer for Mr. Combs, Ben Braffman, said Mr. Combs vehemently denies the offense and outrageous allegations. For the past 6 months, Mr. Combs has been subjected to Miss Ventura's persistent demand. Now, this for 6 months, right? She been trying to do this for 6 months, right? So that's the one that the Popo have that is closed up, right? Under the threat of writing in a damaging book about their relationship. Ooh. Despite withdrawing, remember, she withdrew her initial threat. Miss Ventura has now resorted to filing a lawsuit. So now, instead of arguing back and forth with him, she gonna let the law. That means she got enough evidence. She took to the law with baseless and what he says baseless and outrageous lies aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs' reputation and seeking a payday. Now we already know that you can't tarnish that. You cannot tarnish that. Sorry, you cannot tarnish that. No can do. That's already done. Right? I'm going to yeah, I do gotta share it. And then I'm going to drop the link because we're going to talk about this. Okay. Don't forget, guys, even my Bush babies, if you haven't hit that like, please hit that like. Let me share this out. Now let me go over here and let me share this. Let me share this. Now, we want to get into this lady, right? She does very good work. Yeah, we need 5 more likes. Let's get these likes up. Hey, Queen Kish, how you doing, baby? Now, her name is, if you don't know her, her name is Tissa Tales. Tissa Tales. Go check her out. But I want y'all to hear what she got to say. Because right after this came out, he settled that case. Right? He settled it. Yeah, we do. I'm gonna open up the lines. But this is from Tis Tales. Definitely go check her out. Let's go.
Young Miami has just confirmed just confirmed most of Cassie's lawsuit. And baby, she did it while she was trying to clown Puffy's other woman, or as she liked to say, Puffy's munch, Gina. Y'all sit down. We are going deep into surviving Diddy. This is going to be a series, and baby, you can call this part one. Young Miami just accidentally exposed Diddy, or at the very least, it looks like she confirmed what Cassie was saying. Y'all ready to get into this? Let's go. Okay, if you've been hiding under a rock, let me just bring you up to speed really quick, okay? Cassie, who was the ex girlfriend of Puffy, they were together for over 10 years, came with a groundbreaking lawsuit. It is not looking good for Puffy. They are all allegations, but baby, these allegations seem to have weight. I actually got the court documents. I did a full recap of all
Her.
35
Who
pages.
you
The
calling?
news articles do not do the gory papers justice. I'm telling you, trigger warning, but you need to
Look
watch
at
that
that. 35 pages. So this girl just sat there and made up 35 pages. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh.
live. But forget all that, okay? She made a lot of claims.
We're gonna
Literally,
skip it up a
blank
little bit.
trafficked her, made her search for male blank workers so that he could watch her blank them. And it was all this crazy stuff. It was literally some eyes wide shut, but like on some
Mm.
on Taken level. You know, with Liam Neeson, Taken level. That's what it was. Again, we're not going to go through that, but woo. So a lot of people are like, what is going on? So like he's in a voyeurism, he goes both ways. You know, Cassie or whoever the girl is in charge. And a lot of people first said, oh my God, I hope Young Miami's like, okay, right? Because that's his current girlfriend. If you read the abuse that
She
she
down with
actually
whatever.
said, I firmly don't believe that people ever calm down from that level. It is literally on some like Silence of the Lambs without the lambs. Okay. So people were like, oh my God, is Young Miami okay? And Young Miami was like, you got the wrong B, everybody okay. And everybody was like, okay, so maybe he did change. But the thing is, Gina done all these things. We have an audio of that. But more importantly, few tweets that
We're gonna get to the
quieted
tweets.
Gina up. And I remember when I saw those tweets, I was like, that is in
Hold
Cassie's
on.
what Young Miami tweeted, even though she was trying to go in on Gina. Pretty much low key confirmed everything that is in Cassie's lawsuit. Coincidence? Maybe. Y'all, let's get into these tweets. Okay, so here's how it started, right? So it was okay, so Gina posted herself at the Billboard Music Awards with a caption, love, 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 hinting at her relationship with Puffy, okay? So then Young Miami was
Now the young Miami. Now he with the other girl, the one he beat up or whatever, allegedly. If anybody is seeking attention, it's you. I think that's what young Miami goes to say.
she was not having it. She said, somebody please give this bee some attention. In true main chick fashion, Gina posted a pic on her Instagram story of Diddy kissing her on the cheek, adding, if anyone is seeking attention, B, it's you. Now get this, the feud boiled over on Twitter when Miami fired off tweets about someone who's been around, just around for years,
Now
needing
listen
to lay low.
carefully.
She called Gina a freaky A B and shaded a cheap A limp ball carpet. I remember that. Gina does have old carpet on her floors. And I'm like, how are you dating a billionaire? But you got like, it just wasn't giving what it was supposed to give. So I assumed, of course, that Gina was either clout chasing, lying, or whatever. But y'all, Gina actually went on Tasha K after this and she shared some crazy information. But first, let's get into the tweets that Young Miami might have really, I don't know, screwed Puffy over. Because again, it's just too analogous. Let's get into this. All right, so here we go. So if you don't remember, Young Miami escalated the feud. She tweeted back to back random, and Gina was going hard at her, like, yeah, that's mine, this and that. They were going back and forth. But listen to what Young Miami tweeted that shut her up. She said, if I wanted you to eat my blankety blank, Diddy would have had you on your knees.
You
Ho,
hear
ho,
that?
ho. You a eater. Now, when she first said that, I was like, ooh, that's so disrespectful. And I thought she was just being braggadocious. But
Braggadocious.
Cassie, in her lawsuit, said that Diddy coerced her and kept her high on everything, right? Everything. And coerced her to engage in relations that she did not want to, forcing her to please him. She was forced to be with guys. She was forced to this. And he literally made her order out of a catalog of male blank workers to actually, and he liked black men blank workers that were strong like bull. Interestingly enough,
Mm-hmm.
she also had to always have white fingernails because he loved the way her white fingernails wrapped around his presence. And she had to have these things called freak offs once a week. You know what I'm saying?
A
So when I
freak
read
off.
that, I was like, wait, before I thought Miami was being braggadocious, but she is literally saying that Diddy, either by mental coercion
A
or
freak
sometimes
off.
by force people to basically act as his little toys and pass around. Get this. She said, you want a baby bee? I have a career, ho. You a certified freak. You haven't heard from Diddy since the awards, reminiscing on getting rid of babies. Let that hurt go. Okay. Again, she said you a certified freak. This is kind of pretty much solidifying that the freak offs is what Cassie called them actually do exist. She said, Gina, you've been down bad ever since I came into the picture. You've been crying for a baby for 10 years, and you've been around as a bee that eat cat and dong when he feel like it. You are an eater. You the same bee that was crying on Tasha K because you wanted a baby. This is what she said. Does that not sound like what Cassie said Diddy also forced her to do? She's basically confirming, at least if I read it right, or at least it's analogous, that these freak offs actually did exist. And more importantly, as she said to Gina, she might have been braggalicious, but if Puffy wanted Gina to be at the service of Young Miami, Gina would have to do it whether she wanted to or not, because at that time they were going back and forth. So there is no way that Gina would have wanted to do that.
Now we're gonna be moving forward and backwards and backwards and forward on this. What she's basically saying is, hey, blessed dear, I'm so glad you came. So we're gonna have you and Nene back up, and we're gonna go back over. But again, she's basically saying that they do have freak offs. He does. He's really into that I don't know what you want to call it, but into that kinky sex, I guess you'll call it. He's really into that, right? So something else I wanted to show you guys before we get back into there. Let me see. This is old. This is old, but they brought it back up, which I'm glad they did. It's going to be nice and short, but this is old. Back to the Diddy story. This day and night. Check them out.
So this loops us right back to the Diddy story. I'm not gonna say shit, but if you ask me a question, I will give you an honest answer. How about that?
Absolutely.
All right.
I say,
This
let's
is
put
me
it.
with my titties out. I still got my panties on. This is just me with my titties out.
I say, get into it, but kind of like, you know what I'm saying, like the
Just
story.
ask me questions. Just ask
Well,
me questions and I'll answer you honestly.
well, what was the situation with I'll Be Sure and Kim Porter? Um,
They were
before
madly in love. They were
before
madly in love.
before Diddy came into the picture, and it was just Diddy working for Andre Harrell, and then it was I'll Be Sure still being with Kim Porter.
Hold on 1 second, babe. Can you do me a favor? Can you go on your phone and pull up Jodeci Forever My Lady? Because this is where the story actually begins. Like if I was writing like an American love story tragedy, we would start with this song, Forever My Lady.
So let me ask you this. So let me ask you this, Jack. So that brings us back to the question: what was the situation between Kim Porter and I'll Be Sure when
And
Diddy
remember,
stepped
all of
into the
this
picture
is
and tried,
alleged. All of this is
basically
alleged.
get I'll Be Sure out the way? What was lingering? What was lingering in there? The reason why Diddy couldn't go but so far.
Well, if I'm going to answer that honestly, and thank you for asking it so cryptically, um, to my understanding and knowledge from what I've experienced and known throughout all of these 30 some odd years, they were married. She was married to I'll Be Sure, which would probably explain why she never married Diddy, even though she gave him 3 children.
Mm.
After Quincy was born, after this song, Forever My Lady, was written, which is why when Al did the tribute post to her, he marked it with Forever My Lady. They were very much in love,
Right.
but there was a lot of complications going on behind the scenes. And and the true nature of their love affair, from what I understand, was to be kept secret. And then, shit gets malicious in the game. People do a lot of strange things for a lot of strange reasons, but at the end of the day, what it really all comes down to is just going for yours and making sure that yours is taken care of. If people really understood the true heart and nature of I'll Be Sure, if they could see him clearly, it wouldn't really be that hard to see the devil in fucking Honeycomb. It wouldn't be hard at all. If you
Mm-hmm.
put Honeycomb next to I'll Be Sure, I promise you, you got Michael the Archangel and Lucifer.
Mm.
She couldn't have been caught between two more fucking different men. Like Kim Porter literally lived and danced on the line of heaven and hell.
Dang.
A man that loves you so much, he writes one of the greatest love songs of the 20th century. Because once you know the true nature of what inspired that song, it completely changes your entire mindset
Yeah.
and view of what actually happened. If people only knew, they saw Kim coupled up with Diddy,
Right.
but the true romance was everything that happened between her and I'll Be Sure. She was loved by that man. She was loved by that man
Nah,
completely.
he cheated a hell of a lot
And
on
she
her.
was totally treated like a trophy
No,
and a bill
no.
with the other one.
Mm-mm.
She wasn't nothing but another bill he had to pay.
Dang.
She was so much more than that. She was such a beautiful model, and she was very, very, very effective as an executive assistant for Uptown Records. Like, Kim Porter wasn't no slouch. And people really don't understand the gravitas of her. And when I think about her children, it kind of breaks my heart because I know they love their mother. There's no way they couldn't have loved their mother. Children love their mothers, period. But for her to pass away so untimely and so soon, and them to not really truly have a full understanding of how awesome their mom was. Well,
They know.
introduced him to Clive Davidson. Once Diddy got a taste of that, he didn't want no milk out the carton. He wanted to get it straight from the cow's ninny. He wanted it pure and up. People see money and they see comfortability. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. That's a,
you know, the true guts of that story is greed. Everybody was greedy, except for I'll be sure.
Yeah.
He was the most selfless person
mm-hmm.
and loving person in that whole scenario, which is why it's kind of sick that Diddy be like, you know, he be on some bitch shit with him. Because that's just a good man.
His
He's a
number
good
4.
man. He's a great father. He's a great husband. You know?
The paper was already, I'm saying, presented in the courts, and she was already on paper for I'll Be Sure. So that's why Diddy ain't never married Kim Porter.
If people fucking only knew, I guess
Then
they know a little. I guess they know a little bit more now.
yeah, you was explaining how the nigga used to control the situation with him seeing his son and had him basically like on some visitation rights type of shit to see
Well,
his
his
own
son
son.
grew up in his home. I'll Be Sure's son grew up in Diddy's home because he was with his mom.
Right.
I'll Be Sure was a working artist. Of course, Quincy was with his mom, but he was always present. There is nobody that can tell me that I'll Be Sure isn't a present father, period. And not just for Quincy, his oldest son. He has grandchildren. Like, he is present, yo. He is so present. We've spent time together, our families together. So I've seen, I'm going to tell you something right now. That's a little bit too close. That's almost as disgusting as Kris Jenner watching Kim Kardashian and Ray J sex. That's fucking disgusting. You know what I mean? And people wonder why I call him honeycomb, because he smacks so sweet and he gets soggy when he was sitting in milk too long. I pray for that girl. I do. I say a prayer for her every day. I understand why she's doing what she's doing. No hate, no shade. All I say is please look at his track record. Look at what he's been through and make sure whatever it is, it don't happen to you.
She thinks she's the exception to the
Mm-hmm.
rule. She
Listen
got
to me.
things under
Everybody thought they
control.
was the exception.
Yep.
Everybody thought they was the exception. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Ain't nobody had Diddy hemmed up tighter than Kim Porter. Not even Cassie. Not even Cassie. Period. Kim Porter, the only chick that ever had him on his heels at all.
What
I don't
what
know.
is this book that they said that Kim Porter was going to release before she died? I hear a lot of people talking about. Do you know anything about this tell-all book?
Okay. So now we're getting a feel of Diddy alleged. All this is alleged here. I ain't saying nothing. But we do see that there is a behavior pattern, and we also see that there is an abuse of power and authority, which a lot of women go through. A lot of women, they want to be the woman. They want to be the one that says, I'm with him. Knowing that you're gonna pay, your life is not worth nothing he's going to buy you. Your pain is nothing worth what that man or men can buy you. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I dropped the link. So if anybody would like to come up as we go on, if anybody want to come up, they can click on the link. All right. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. Hey, Nene, baby.
God bless you. Hey, Shug.
Uh, I tell you, this weather is up.
It's
Now,
beautiful here in
young,
Atlanta.
you notice after Young Miami, if you was watching, when she was like, "Oh yeah," and if I wanted you to do this or if I wanted you to do that, Puff would have made you do it. And then right after that, when she's saying Puff would have made her do it, as in he does have full control over one thing about Jack, she gets one piece of info and then adds her own narrative. A slice of true pie doesn't make an entire. That's why I said all of this is alleged. I made sure I said that real quick. Alleged, but
Exactly.
the even just to get a little piece of the truth is showing you a pattern from the other woman when she was on Tasha K. And I don't know what makes people think that you could be with these powerful men and everything is sweet. I have never heard too many women ever that was with powerful men have easy street.
It
Not saying that
always
it
comes with a
doesn't
cost.
exist. Like not saying that it does not exist, but I've never heard how easy they have. I heard them crying. I heard them talking about plenty of nights alone. I hear them worrying about where they at, who they doing, who they screwing.
It
Hey,
always
lady,
seems to come at a cost. Hey, Deanna.
Hey, how y'all?
You all right, Deanna?
she got the prettiest smile on the picture, but hey, y'all.
Right. What was up with
But
that
the
side
picture's like,
intro?
hey, how you doing?
We just sent my cousin on her journey.
Huh?
Oh, sis, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
send her on her journey.
Oh,
Prayers and condolences,
yeah.
sis.
Prayers, and prayers. Now,
Thank you.
we're gonna definitely let's see what else I want to take us before we get into yesterday.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah, we got to discuss it, baby.
that person.
You came in late, Deanna. Did you catch a good majority of what was going on yesterday?
No, but I got a feeling of what was actually going on. But dang, I mean, I met a lot of cold-hearted people in my life, but whoa,
Yeah.
I had to get a double dose of coffee.
So did I, sis.
I felt like I needed a real drink. But
Yeah, we're
yeah,
gonna get into it.
well, let's get it. I'm ready. I am ready. You got till 5 o'clock.
Suge, you pulling up a video?
God bless forever.
I can't see the chat.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering myself. Did Jag tell the truth?
I mean, even if she only got some of it right,
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that part about Kim and Ali Shore possibly being married, because that would explain a lot as to why her and Diddy were never married. Because I can
Well,
remember
he
back
done
then.
went on to had two more kids though. After that, remember, I'll be sure. The thing is, I'll be sure was the man before P Diddy was the man. Remember, he was out first.
Yep.
Remember, at that point, he was delivering the coffee and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So she was the one in the videos and stuff like that. And then I'll be sure was like the sex fiend, not the sex fiend, but the person that everybody wanted. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wanted I'll be sure. So
Oh, girl, me too.
Yeah, he was a sex symbol back then.
yeah,
Back then.
sex symbol. I couldn't
Yes.
figure that.
That was
Yes.
my boyfriend. That was my boyfriend before it was anybody else's.
I'm sorry about your uncle, blessed forever. Anybody
Yeah.
else going through something, we all gonna hold each other up. And
Absolutely.
yeah,
Sending prayers,
sorry
bless.
to hear all of that. But we give our praises. After yesterday, I got Ephesians 4, verses 13 and 15. We might go over it later. We may go over that later because y'all know we're going to bring it there. That's another thing I keep telling people after yesterday. You have to be careful whom you get your information from, because the people who are talking to you now, which we're going to hear Nene, she says it perfectly well. I'm going to make that into a clip. Somebody's going to tell me how to clip that sucker. But a
Don't
lot of
ask me.
times, huh?
Don't ask me.
I ain't no one of these girls, one of these children going to show me something. I know you can probably do it on the phone. I don't know how to do it on the computer. But even who, if people like to
Mhm.
speak like they're so intelligent, but it doesn't matter if you're talking to somebody. If you're looking for intelligence, keep it right there. But if you're going about speaking upon you and yourself, you cannot have wisdom without knowledge. You can't have knowledge without understanding. That is from beginning to the end. So if you're speaking to people who don't have no understanding in you, you need not to speak to them. Because they only thing they're gonna do is make the situation worse. Because everybody think that they are walking in somebody else's shoes. No, you're walking in your own shoes. Nobody has the right, and I said it then, I say it now, to tell anybody when to talk, when to say something, when to do something, when it
Mhm.
comes down to their life. Even if they're messing up their own life, that is still their choice. That is their life. If they want to make their life better, they can. Some people are not ready for it. Some people just cannot do it. Someone don't want to face it. Some people don't want to relive it because it felt like it happened yesterday.
Yes.
That is the most, that's your pearl. That's your jewel. That's your diamond. And imagine somebody stole it. And if you're a man, the same thing.
Absolutely. And it's a process. In essence, is what you're saying. It's a process, and everybody has a right to their process.
Mm-hmm. So it is good when people, like I said, speak like that, which I have no problem with that. But my problem is if you in need of getting help, them will not be the people for you. Because
That's
there's
a
no
fact.
understanding there. It's just what I say. I said you do. Which guess what? People could say that about everybody. Everybody. We all could tell them things that they can do, right? And they because everybody think their life is the best.
Right.
Everybody think like I could throw all the stones I want. My house ain't glass. Yeah, your house is glass too. Everybody could improve. Everybody could do better. The nerve of you sit up there for anybody to sit up there because you want to prove a point about women. You understand? If your hatred for women is that bad, again, there is no knowledge, and they may have the wisdom and could tell you how, but they don't have the knowledge and they don't have the understanding. Then we don't need to conversate because whatever you say, they're not trying to understand it.
That's a fact.
So
That
do
that
not.
was that point was made so clear last night. Understanding was not on that person's agenda at all.
That's why I pulled that scripture up because I need people to see that.
I love what you said though last night. Your point about if you haven't experienced certain things yet, baby, hold on, because life has a way of bringing things full circle. The very thing that you spoke against others about and you made certain judgments about others about will be the very thing you end up dealing with your own self. Folks
Because
got to be careful about what they put out in the
mhm,
atmosphere.
especially grace and mercy and understanding, because a lot of times that blocks your blessings too when you're so stern because you don't open the way for understanding and you're so stern, people not gonna want to deal with you.
Mm.
So if you're not there to understand, it's just what you say. People are not one. They're not going to want to deal with you because it's either their way or the highway. Not going to stand on your own principles. That's different. You stand 10 toes down on your own principles and boundaries. That is something totally different. But on somebody else's life, how do you stand 10 toes down on somebody else's life and whatever you think? Not just him, but a lot of these manosphere people in them. Where the heck, like, how do you stand 10 toes down on some place you wasn't, and how they did something in the truth? And this is why how they do that, I don't know. Like they all good for telling you about somebody, it's not even there. Like people until you know a lot of some of these young men The only suffering they may have received was from maybe their stepfather or mother boyfriend or whatever.
Right.
But some have, but it's still more women that's out there. But again, if you don't have compassion for somebody, you may not go. Remember, the key word is compassion, understanding,
Mm-hmm.
love, whatever. So you may not go through exactly what somebody else went through, but it may be situations that's put in your life
That's
that
right.
you're going to need grace, compassion, love, and understanding.
That's right.
So exactly as soon as the time when you need it and you don't get it and you start feeling like alone and your voice is not heard and whatever tragedy that you went through, because that's part of life, then you're gonna be like, wow, why is nobody there for me? Then you're gonna sing the old Worries Me song. Well, I was there for everybody. And nah, you get right back what you put in.
You're so right, Big
And it
Bless
might not
forever.
come
Life
to
is life.
you. And then people got to realize God and the universe deals in generations. So you're thinking, shit, I'm good. Nah, baby, you got kids out there. And you can't control no man they be with or no woman that they be with. And sometimes because you manosphere decided to say the men come first, keep your father out of your business. So yeah, you may be a hell of a good father, but if that man listens to all of what you guys say for our submission, your daughters could be sitting there getting abused because of the information that you guys put out there.
Talk
So a
about it.
lot of things, guess what? You should tell. And I told my daughter this, or you can say I told my son that. No, but you also say they got to be submissive. They got to, if the man do this, it's okay. Well, maybe it's her fault. Maybe she talked too much. So if she knows that that's where your stand is at, she's not going to tell you if she's being
Anything.
abused.
That's a fact. Nobody's coming out with their truth, especially if it's a hard truth to come out with, if they know they're going to be met with judgment or you should have and why didn't you? Like that's no way to come at someone.
I think Deanna said the same thing. I didn't hear that when I played again. Was it you who said that, D? What
I'm
bless
sorry.
bless forever's just said?
Lydia comment.
Let me highlight it for you.
She said, yeah,
About
that's what she said.
did you say that earlier? And I kept saying I don't even remember that. Okay.
Yeah, because you did ask her where she from the from the
Yeah, I didn't
Miami,
even realize that till you brought it up. But
from the
we
Miami
got King
sphere.
Kev in the house, King
What's
Kev in the
up,
house, King
Kev?
Kev in the house.
Looking forward
Thank
to hearing
you.
from you, bro.
And bless forever. If you would like to come up, I will more than welcome you to come up. Let's get this love train going because all of us, including me, we wasn't triggered or whatever, but our hearts went out for the people, as Nene said, who can't speak and who don't have a voice. That's where our hearts went to, you know. And again, if you are coming with the I'm going to give it to you, how they say, not nice, but I got, then you're going to make them really not tell you nothing. And then,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? Like they're already been roughed up. They need somebody to be soft with them. You know how many guys
Exactly.
is rough and tough, and they never, you want to give it to them so raw, and that's all they needed was a hug. Some of them, all they needed was. I remember I seen that one. I gotta find that when what was that? Bone Thugs and Harmony. And
Hmm.
one of them was just going like rah, 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 rah. Then he was,
Hmm.
and then when the other friend from just gave him that hug, he broke down.
He really did. I remember that.
He broke down. Sometimes you can't give it to him raw dog. Sometimes you have to just give him that hug and just listen. Oh,
That's
nobody
right.
could change what happened. It's already done.
Right.
Don't be giving people pointers of something that happened 20 years ago. None of them pointers
Right.
can't
That's
help
not
them. That
needed.
it's not needed now. They just need that hug
Exactly.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
a fact.
remember who said it. I remember who said it. But like I said, you could come on up, blessed forever.
Yeah, I didn't
So we
understand what
want
she
we
meant
want you
by
to be
that
heard,
either.
sis. We want you to be heard. But he get until my brother get his stuff together, we're gonna let this play off
Okay.
because this is not that long.
did
Again,
it.
it's from Night and Day.
What you drinking, Diddy?
But I did it.
But I did it.
Transposed. But I did it.
I know, right?
Are they low?
Yeah,
Was my
man.
headphones low?
Sound
Yeah,
like the Plant Orgy 2 from goddamn
It's a little low.
Shop
Yeah.
of Harvard. But I did it.
Sure do look like playing food
Yeah, I
to
can't
me.
make it louder.
Sure do.
That's what the media smear campaign first.
Yep.
And
they
then
getting
if
rid
that don't work,
nigga.
you know the next level they take it to.
Nigga, you remember that weird ass email we got where niggas was saying, "Yo, Night and Day Network, I got the dirt on Diddy."
Yeah.
Niggas was trying to
Niggas
send us shit.
exposed. Yeah, niggas wanted us to expose shit about Diddy. Yeah, I mean, now you got this nigga named tied up in the Tupac shit. We don't know if this nigga mumble mouth ass what's the nigga name? What's his name? Mumble mouth damn. Show some love, brother love. Show some love. The nigga
I
Vlad
was skip
kept
through this so
interviewing
we
all
can
the
get
fucking
into
time.
yesterday. I was trying to hear when that man had something to say, but this is not long
of
anyway.
his mega record label. She was a singer herself, but she goes on to say that during this time that she was abused, she was a part of the cycle of violence, physical and sexual abuse. There was uncontrollable rage. Some of the specifics she says that she was raped in her own home when she tried to leave him, that she was often beaten, kicked, punched, stomped on, resulting in bruises and burst lips, black eyes, and bleeding. That he blew up a man's car at one point when he thought that man was interested in her, that he introduced her to a lifestyle of excessive alcohol, substance abuse, and required her to produce illicit prescriptions to satisfy his own addictions. Now, there are always two sides to every story, and his attorney has released a statement to CNN, which reads, in part, Mr. Combs denies these offenses and outrageous allegations. For the past 6 months, Mr. Combs has been subjected to Ms. Ventura's persistent demand of $30 million under the threat of writing a damaging book about their relationship, which was unequivocally rejected as blatant blackmail, baseless and outrageous lies aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs' reputation and simply seeking a payday. This young woman.
It's definitely a payday involved because the lawyers get a big chunk of that. So you know the lawyers gonna come in and yeah, we got a case here. Bro. You know the lawyers is involved heavy.
They are going at Diddy, bro. They are trying to take this man out
completely. Yep.
Completely. I haven't seen somebody get attacked this aggressively. It's almost like he snitched or something on somebody. He did something behind the scenes. It's like they are trying to aggressively get this nigga up out of here.
Mm-hmm. So then now they got celebrities. Damn, I'm gonna get this.
I did not find him.
Jail king.
She knew about me like 4 months into the relationship.
Okay. And how did you find out about that, Cassie, knowing about you?
Because she reached out to me.
Oh, she did?
Mm-hmm.
What did she say?
Basically, she just said to just leave him alone.
Okay.
But she reached out to me like a few times after that, and she was never like nasty to me. She didn't call me names or nothing. She was always nice. I don't know if it was fake or not, but she was always nice.
Are coming after Diddy.
What was your response?
She told me like the last time I spoke to her, which was like a couple years ago. She told me she called me at like 4 a.m. and was like, "Hey, I just had a dream and I just wanted to call you and tell you that I don't hate you. I don't have bad blood towards you or anything like that." You actually,
they using all the guns, bro. His nigga name about to be
like, wow, it's a point in time where money doesn't really mean anything. So you trying to make money to stand out, that doesn't mean anything. If you really know how to live. But when you have that kind of money and you have that kind of power, sometimes you lose your morals and you lose your definition of life. You don't understand why you're doing it. You don't know why you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You think money, when money becomes something that you have and it doesn't really matter to anyone around you, you be like, I can be rich, I could be a billionaire, but nobody around me really cares that I have money or not. So you be like, wow, it's a point in time where money doesn't really mean anything. So you trying to make money to stand out, that doesn't mean anything. If you really want to stand out and you want to be, just be you standing out, and you say, hey, I didn't even know I was standing out. I was just being me. And it just happens to be that I was out there and then you was able to see me from a distance. So I never knew. I never came into the game to stand out. All right, so listen. This man is going through a lot of turmoil. Yo, the way that, and it all happened when he filed that discrimination charge against the mob. So it's like, yo, why would you? And then now everything is coming down, it's crashing. And you can fool some of the people, but you can't fool all of the people. You can lie to a couple of people, but you can't lie to everybody. Whatever you throw up definitely is going to come down. We look at people who shoot guns, and New Year's, they shoot them in the air. Boom. They shoot them in the air. Boom, Happy New Year. But they never realize that gravity pulls down. So they mean, like, what if this bullet lands on someone's roof and it goes through their roof and it affects someone? See, we don't never understand that. We don't never think of that kind of stuff. So here, let's get back. Roger Bonds, what's going on, Roger Bonds? What's going on, Roger Bonds in the building? One thing we can say is when God got a call for you, like, I think if y'all ask me, I think Puffy missed his calling when God was trying to help God was trying to help Puff. And we were all I was being patient. I know I was. I was like, yo, he's trying to help you. But you think that who you are is more powerful than how God can help you. And so now really your challenge is not against you and me. Your challenge is against you and God. And when you challenge God and you go against God, man, all kind of things happen, man. And it's just something that you can't never feel comfortable with, to feel like you are that powerful. Like, let me give y'all some good knowledge. Lucifer was the director of the choirs. So Lucifer used to be in the choir. He used to direct. He used to be, the music and everything. Because music is real powerful. Music is the next powerful energy next to love. Love is powerful, and then there's music. Music is just as powerful as love, right? Peace, love, light. What's going on? I was waiting on you. Yeah, I'm coming out right here to speak. So when he went against that, and then it was like, well, you're trying to say that everybody is doing you the way that everybody already claims that you've been doing them.
Mm-hmm.
So while you want to air our dirty laundry, how about we air yours? And then now when the tables turn, and then now it's not. So then now what you're gonna see is a lot of friends who may not have been my friend one day, they're gonna be my friend again one day. I'll be like, man, I remember one day you ditched me. I remember one.
And that shit, a lot of people are gonna start separating themselves from Diddy after some shit like this. Because now it's like, you know what I'm saying, it's your word against Cassie's, and now, and they saying that they got strong evidence, my nigga, you already know where you're going. Going to jail, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like,
Fam, once we see him on
Now
that,
you heard that part. She has strong evidence. Remember, he said yesterday she didn't have no evidence for something to be completed within 24 hours. You damn Skippy, there's some evidence. It's, it's between y'all worrying about a payday. Oh, she's a payday, but f his actions, right? F f why he had to pay her for his behavior. But everybody always wants to tell women all the time about what they could have done, but nobody checks the man. Rather they abuse young girls or young boys. Like nobody stands up for the people who cannot stand up for themselves. They'll tell you to run instead of teaching these boys, right, how to not put your hands, how to control themselves, you know, how to if they scratch and they need an itch, you know, show them how to use the jelly and stuff really good. You know, I'm just saying. Okay, right? Nene, he was groomed by Clyde. Yeah. Now we're gonna get to yesterday's video. We're gonna go over it, right? Now here we go. Because remember, the case is now settled, and this was supposed to be the only part of the video that I played. This was supposed to be the only thing, but it didn't turn out that way.
Not at all.
I was just
Please,
supposed to
Kev.
play this right here. Right here we go.
The bombshell lawsuit was filed in Manhattan federal court, according to Cassie's legal team. But one of the most important things that Cassie mentioned throughout this 35-page lawsuit was how controlling Diddy was. So she says this in her statement. She says, I have decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control. Family, fans, and lawyers for their unwavering support. Diddy said this in his own statement. We have the terms of the settlement were not revealed. Well, that was quick. Diddy and Cassie have settled.
Now, he wished her all the best. Does that sound like somebody who's blackmailing you and lying on you? You wishing them the best? Here's $30. I wish you the best just for telling lies on me because it never happened, but we'll let the video go. This was supposed to be the whole video, 10 minutes, right? It's supposed to be 10 minutes. Me say something and then come back on, but then, as you know, how the world turns, it didn't happen like that. All about
So
no
it was
money.
just Thursday that Cassie filed her lawsuit
Why
accusing
everything-
Diddy of.
You know, first of all,
Well, that was quick.
that's the
Diddy and
best thing.
Cassie.
He needs to control itself.
Which means he needs to vet more.
I like my freedom.
P. Diddy Puffy Cone. Shout out to Puffy Cone. Brother, you got to vet Mo better. Puffy, brother, you got to vet Mo better.
Puffy is you got y'all not the same. He picked her when she was a teenager. What do you mean vet more better?
He's got to vet Mo better. Mo just older. She been getting beat for 10
How much more
years.
younger can he get? He got her at 19 years old. How much younger do you want her to be?
I don't want her to be young at all. I'm talking about the end game. We're talking about today. We're not talking about how old she was. I'm talking about today. She settled. She filed on Thursday, and on Friday she settled. She filed on Thursday, settled on Friday.
Well, why do you think that's so?
Because it was all about the money. That's why.
But why
so,
you think
look, this is the way I see it. This is the way I see it. Right. This is the way I see it. She decided to take the money because she could have easily fought this, and she still would have got paid if he was found guilty. But she decided, I better take this money. That's what I've been trying to blackmail him for the past few years now. Anyway, I better take whatever he offers and keep it moving. And that's what she did.
And that's what he gets. Nobody come do all that dark, disturbing
stuff
to people.
That's why I said he needs to vet Mo better.
No, he needs to control himself.
which means he needs to vet Mo better.
He never denied not one thing. He never denied anything that she said. Did you hear him deny anything she said?
I believe he did. I believe he did vehemently
What?
deny it.
No, he did not deny
Yes, he did.
having them
Yes, he did.
allegedly having them romantically involved.
15. I say 15 to 20.
We know where them skeletons is at.
Well, if that was the case, then why did she settle then? Then why did she settle?
You can't tell
Why
somebody
did
that's
she settle?
allegedly
Right.
abused
Why
by
did
anything.
she settle then?
I think
Right.
that's
So why
very
did she settle?
disingenuous. Hold on. That's very disingenuous to tell somebody who has been allegedly abused, ask them the question why. I mean, I just think that's very ingenuous. I mean, like, I don't understand
What
how
question?
and why.
What?
If they have every listen. People have
She
every right to
settled.
tell. It
She
doesn't
settled.
matter. Her story
You're not
is
supposed to
told.
ask somebody why did you settle?
She wanted the payment for her time. She was suing him for the abuse.
That's my point. She wanted money for her time, not because he did anything.
The thing is, I think it's the part when he called her a liar. I'm gonna let Kev come in somewhere, and it's some truth in there for him to just pay her.
Not necessarily. Sometimes it's just better to just pay them off.
Why?
I'm not saying in every case, but in some cases it's better to just pay it off.
Somebody accuse you of all them things. This is better to, and they blatantly lying and got 35 pages.
In some cases,
it's just better to just
in some cases, yeah. In some cases, yes.
Well, what case? What case would that be where he might think if he don't, he's gonna win? I'd rather give it to a lawyer. I'd rather give it to a lawyer than give it to her. I'm just saying why.
In this case.
In this case, why did he settle the next day?
Because sometimes it's better to settle. Because sometimes it's just better to settle.
So, DOD, are you
suggesting
that the abuse never happened? So I'm clear. Are you?
I'm saying I want to be 100,000 crystal% clear. It didn't happen.
Wow.
None of it happened.
Wow.
None of it happened.
All right, Kev. The floor is yours. I just wanted you to hear that part before we get into the other parts. But go ahead.
Kev. What's up, gang? Hey, Deanna.
What's up, Pooh Bear?
What's up, Nene?
What's up, bro?
You know what I got from the little bit of conversation, if that's what you call it. You have to understand when a person who obviously was not there in that situation tells you that they know for 100% sure none of it happened. So where can a conversation possibly go? Sometimes people just need that. And I'm not saying the brother's a narcissist, but just using an analogy, that narcissistic feel. You have to have someone to spar with. If the objective is to just get your point across to say you don't believe her, it's another money grab, that's one thing. But if you are genuinely attempting to help someone, the people who you are targeting to help are not going to hear your message because your delivery is fucked up. And I mean, we can, in almost any situation that happens, we can always say, not in every case, but in this case, this person is lying. At what kind of person would it take to come forward in order for you to say, okay, maybe I believe Diddy did that? See, now we start getting into selective victimization. If you like the person, no matter who it is or what the allegations, you're going to say it's a lie, it's for money, it's for clout, it's for whatever excuse you make for that person because you like them, you love them, you idolize them. The the people that you want to have a conversation with are people that are going to delve a little bit deeper into that situation, because you started off and asked the very first appropriate question, Suge, when you said she was 17, Diddy was 38. Now, just in the fact of that age disparity, in the fact that there is an obvious difference in the power dynamic, everything that happened subsequent after that, Diddy is responsible for that. So you can't make a child responsible for what may eventually happen in the future. The cognitive skills you have at 17, you don't have at 30. You know, I can't hold a 30-year-old woman responsible for what she did as a 17-year-old minor. That's a child. As far as I know, that, you know, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but that's a child in my book. And so I really don't need to argue the debate, because all it is speculation. None of us were there. So none of us can say it absolutely happened, and none of us can say it didn't. All I'm saying is one thing. I don't know what example that brother was trying to give, as far as if I'm accused of something that I didn't do, there is never a time that I'm going to settle because I think it's better or easier, especially if I'm accused of abusing someone in a sexual nature, physical nature, mental, whatever it may be. Now, it's you know, we're where we are, but my thing is, if 20 people say the same thing about one person, I'm more apt to believe that that one person is crazy and that 20 people are not crazy and that one person is sane. At what point? What's the threshold? And then when you have an actual victim, such as herself, maybe that's why she hasn't come forward up to now, because she knew who Diddy was. She knew the power and the influence that he had. He has money. They probably had some type of NDA. You know, you can, you know, it's a whole lot of reasons why people don't speak up, and it's not always because of money. Sometimes money plays into it, because the best way to hurt people who are wealthy, a lot of times, if you can't send them to jail, maybe the statute of limitations has run out. Maybe because of the nature of the relationship, because they were in a relationship, maybe that's blurring the lines, whether they can actually prove in a court of law that a sexual assault took place. So it's not, you know, we have to be balanced in the way that we look at things. I'm not going to automatically believe every woman that accuses a man of something, but I'm not going to automatically dismiss what she says either. I don't know. I wasn't there. All we go by is what evidence is presented. The evidence to me is not what she physically put out. The evidence is that within 24 hours, he made sure that he paid money and got a gag order on that agreement so that it can't be spoken about. That's not what innocent people do. If you like someone, you'll find a million excuses for obvious wrong shit that they do. We see it all the time. We see it in business. We see it in sports. We see it in the music industry. We see it in our real lives. You know, it might be that favorite person in the family. They can do all kind of shit. Nobody's gonna say nothing. But then you do one wrong thing and you may get crucified, because that's what we do. We pick who our favorites are and we make excuses for them even when they're wrong. That's why there's no accountability, because depending on who the person is, they don't have to be held accountable. I can do the same shit that Diddy did, but I would be in jail without question. That's a fact. That's not even speculation. That's not an analogy, a parable. That's a fact. I can't do certain things because financially I can't afford to defend myself against some things. You know, it's, you know, and people who have money, the law favors them. The legal system favors them. And when you have a person, again, who is powerful, it's very hard for people. It doesn't have to be a Diddy. There was a lot of essay on the set of a TV show of a famous comedian, lesbian woman, but it didn't come out for years because people were afraid that they would be blackballed and they wouldn't be able to work in the industry. You can't say it didn't happen because it took them 10 years to report it. Some people, they know that if they speak out against certain people, that they won't work anymore in that industry. And if that's what their career is, and they've been, you know, doing everything they can to, you know, work in that industry, and then they come up against somebody powerful. I mean, it's, you know, that's just what it is. Let's be realistic. Everybody that comes after a celebrity is not trying to get money. Some of them are. Some of them are. And it's obvious, and it all comes out in the end. But that's why you have legal proceedings. If somebody came forward and said, "Oh, you know, I've got video evidence of, you know, X, Y, and Z." If they don't have it, I'm not going to give them any money. But if they have that video of me, I'm probably going to pay them within 24 hours. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me just say one thing, Kev. We also got to remember, even though they may blackball you, they also blackball your kids. They have files on everybody in your family. So take that in consideration before people start saying why people do the same. And then even in the real world, we know who such and such aunt is. We know who their cousins is. We know who they related to. So when people out to get you and people wonder why that one person doesn't talk, that could be to protect everybody else too. Now,
right. Let me give you two examples.
I'm going back to check on my thing, Kev. Carry on.
I'm gonna give you two examples real quick. Let's use the Will and Jada Pinkett thing. So most people, for whatever reason, people have their own reasons, don't like Jada Pinkett. So when a situation happens, it's very easy for everybody to go, "Yep, see, there go Jada again. She always embarrassing Will. She don't respect him. She talk too much. She masculine, blah, blah, blah," right? Which all of those things may be true. I'm not going to argue any of those points. But also the other side of that is, remember Bobby and Whitney. Everybody said, "Oh man, Bobby done turned Whitney out, got Whitney on drugs." And little did we know Whitney was getting high before she met Bobby. But once you have a favorite and you pick your side, you overlook evidence. You overlook the obvious. 20 people are not going to say Diddy did the same thing to them. 20 people are not going to say he ripped them off. 10 women are not going to say that Diddy is abusive and controlling. You know, 10 rappers are not going to come out and say, "I went to a party and Diddy pulled some gay shit out of nowhere and I didn't know what and wonder what the hell was going on." You know what I'm saying? When 50 said it, everybody was like, "Oh yeah, Diddy gay." Came out in a wig, drunk on that video. They was like, "Oh, well, I don't know." Then it comes out, then Usher said, you know, "Hey, dude was, you know, hey, when I was up under his roof, you know, hey, I was going to strip clubs at 14, you know." And, you know, so, you know, people, you know, we don't have to waste our time trying to convince people who are unconvincible. Some people believe the same things that the people who they defend believe. So you're never going to be able to reason with them because they think just like them. There are people who think like Nature Boy. There are people who think like R. Kelly. There are people who think like Diddy. There are people who think just like them. So those are where their supporters come from. You can't have a conversation with those people. That's what we have to understand. Why? For what reason? They're not trying to understand you. They're not trying to be open-minded and see if possibly their mind can be changed when evidence and facts are presented. They're just here to tell you, "You full of shit, you wrong, none of that happened. I know for a fact, and it was just about money, and all you women do that." That's the end of the conversation. There's nothing else to talk about. Let them people go. Because, and especially if I know that I'm triggering you, that's the thing about triggers too, I wanted to just touch on real quick. Everybody has triggers. Nobody can tell you what should or shouldn't trigger you or what will trigger you at what time. What you have to know is that people who trigger you, it is a purposeful thing. They know that they're triggering you. That is their purpose, right? That's not to say that you can control your emotions at all times. But just understand and know that people are not talking to you to get an understanding. Sometimes people are speaking to you to trigger you. If I don't like women and I got a lot of women issues, you know where I would come to fuck with people? To Sugar Love Channel, because it's a bunch of women over here, and Suge lets people express themselves no matter what their opinions.
Talk
And
about it.
I would come right over here and trigger and that's getting off all the animosity that I have toward women or the things that are going on in my personal life. I'm going to come over here and I don't even have to be rude. It's like giving a backhanded compliment. I hear Deanna say, hey, I was in an abusive relationship. Then that's the next thing I'm going to say. Well, why you ain't leave? That's your fault. Because if you get hit more than once, that's on you. I don't feel sorry for you. You trying to play victim, because I know that's going to trigger you.
Hey, can I interject a question, Kev?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are so spot on. It's like you were in the building, to be honest. At some point, I realized exactly what you're speaking on right now.
Okay.
So how do you suggest that we handle that when we recognize it in the moment?
You can't engage because there's no point. He's not looking to have his mind changed. He's not looking to be neutral and say, hey, maybe I saw it wrong. What did y'all see? Mm-hmm. His sole purpose was to tell you that you're wrong for being triggered, because this is what women do. Y'all lie. Any man that got money, y'all try to come after our money. You don't have integrity. So why would I believe what any of you say? His sole purpose is to trigger you. It's not to try to understand why you see the situation the way that you do. That's not what he said. He never asked you he said he knows that he said he knows for 100% sure that this is not true. So what
1,000.
What point would you be able to make to him? He wasn't there. So we know that right there, that's a lie. And so his viewpoint is not even valid. He's not trying to make a point. He's just trying to trigger you. Mm-hmm. That's his sole purpose.
For everybody.
And once he saw he triggered,
and I was down to the men, not
and the third one, then he saw he was triggering the chat. He accomplished his purpose. He didn't get no understanding about why any of you ladies thought the way you thought or how you perceived this story. He came over here to tell you, I'm a man. I know how you bitches are, and y'all always lie, and y'all always trying to get money. Shut the fuck up. That's what he was. I mean,
in a nutshell.
In a
nutshell.
That's not at all what he said, but I'm trying to tell you that's what I heard.
We're gonna let this play a little bit. I'm gonna let this play a little bit, and I'm gonna stop it. And then Kev again, he's gonna break down what he hears. Let's go.
Let me tell you why. Because first of all, there's no police report. Listen, there's no police.
No, you in your world. She's in her world.
There's no police reports. There's no police reports. Right. There's no police reports. There's no pictures. There's no pictures of her beat up. There's no witnesses. There's over 10 years of being abused. There's no pictures, no police reports, and no eyewitnesses. Please, over 10 years.
Let me go around and say something and get me $30 million. We're gonna make up some shit too and get me $30 million.
Yeah.
It's that easy that you get me $30 million.
Well, show me some pictures, police reports, and some eyewitnesses.
We don't know
because nobody came out. No one has come out and said, "Yeah, I saw him do it." No one has come out and said, "Oh, look at these police reports." Nobody's showing any pictures.
You don't know, DOD. You
assuming where are they? Well, where are they?
You don't know.
Where are they? Where are the pictures? Where are the pictures? Where are the police reports? Where are the eyewitnesses?
Listen, we cannot say they do not exist. We don't know.
They don't exist. I'm saying they don't exist.
Okay, you can say that. That's what you say. I don't know. I know he paid.
I do know because if he had them, she would have at least mentioned it. Even if she didn't show it, she would have mentioned, "Hey, I got these pictures."
That lady got $30 million the next day. She ain't had to say no more.
Exactly.
He ain't had to say
No
no more.
said. No
And
said. You're right.
even at the
You're right,
end, home,
sister. You're right.
even at the end, he wished her good luck. He didn't say. He said
And
something
what
nice
is
about her.
this lady, or police reports or any eyewitnesses to all of these so-called beatings and whatever. Why does she have any witnesses?
According to the document, she does have witnesses. According to the document, he paid one of the witnesses, and according to the document, other people on his team actually also witnessed some of the events, and they are already on NDAs. You know what I mean?
I'm not talking about the sexual stuff. I'm not talking about the sex parties, nothing like that. I'm talking about him beating on her.
Right. I'm talking about when he was beating on her. You know it. Puff Daddy ain't going nowhere without his bodyguards, and that's what they allege. She said that there were other people around, including one of her friends, who he paid off to keep her quiet. And then she also said that one of the times that he beat her up, he went. She sent him. One of the times she sent him to his house, and his son was there to see the marks. And then one of the other times she went to Connecticut and had her mom take pictures. And you know it's other stuff that they have. They're not gonna release everything, bro. When you wilding out like that. It's no way that I'm paying 30 million, 100 million. If I'm a billionaire, bro, and I got the best lawyers in the world, and you falsely accusing me of beating you over a period of a decade and raping you multiple times and drugging you, we going to trial.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds all fine and dandy. But let me ask you this then, bro. If she has all of this proof, all of these pictures and whatever else,
You don't have to make it public, DOD. I don't understand why you think she has to make it public.
Brother, if
right,
she has
bro,
all
this is what I'm saying. We don't know what he gave her. We already know it's up in the 8 figures. We know that because that was the original offer. You know what I mean? So we already know it's at least 8 figures.
I said that too. But check this out. And this is all I want to know. If she has all of these pictures, if she has all of these eyewitnesses, if she has eyewitness accounts to what happened, why is she settling?
This is what I'm saying, bro. We don't know how much he could have offered her. He could have offered her $100 million. What I'm saying is, this woman already shook the tree, because this ain't finna be his last lawsuit. You can believe that. She didn't already shook the tree.
Nobody's asking that question. Well, you guys explain why he's settling. I'm asking y'all, why is she settling?
Because, bro, do you know what it's like to go through a sexual trauma and a person offer you $100 million not to have tapes played in court? What I'm saying is not to have tapes.
She must be ready to go for whatever embarrassment, whatever scrutiny, whatever it is. She brought the lawsuit up.
No, what I'm saying is you don't know if it's tapes. You don't know if she want to look at those pictures again. You don't know
So let me ask you this. So what happened if he says, okay, we're going to court?
Oh, then you go to court.
Why he ain't do it?
Then you go to court. So if she wasn't ready to do that, she wouldn't have bring up the lawsuit.
She was ready to do it, bro. The number had to be.
Then again, why didn't she go through it?
The number had to be significant enough to where she like, okay, I shook the tree.
No. Why didn't she go through it?
Because she didn't want to put him in jail. She sued him. It's 2 different things.
Wait,
he's going to jail. He's going to jail regardless. He's going to be investigated because the report is already public information.
If she didn't have anything, he would not have settled the next.
Right. I'm not just gonna give you 30 or 40 million.
Okay, so I'm asking you then, why did she just go through with it?
This is what I'm telling you, bro.
Why is the money more important than her defending her name?
Her name is defended. She won already. He made that settlement.
Right.
No,
If
no,
this
no.
was if she was trying to extort Puff, one, that would be a bad idea. If this was extortion, because Puff got major pull, bro. Puff would probably be the last person you want to try to extort. You finna extort Puff Daddy? That man is a billionaire. He can have you
Right,
gone
but
and
you heard that
family in
she's
the
been trying to
same.
get that for the past. She's been trying to get this money for the past 5 years? That's what they said.
I didn't read nothing
Of course
about her
you
getting
didn't.
for the no
Of course
past
you
5
didn't.
years.
Of course not. But for the past 5 years, she's been trying to extort
Bro,
$30 million.
when have you? Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Sure.
Let me ask you one question, brother. Have you ever heard of a lawsuit being settled in one day?
Not in one day.
In
No.
your life?
Never in my
No.
life. Not in one day. No.
I didn't. Guess what? I didn't had cases. You know, I didn't been a small claims court and everything. And you know, I ain't no millionaire. Ain't no case settling in no one day. And I
I've never heard of it.
and I dang sure ain't selling it. If I know for a fact I ain't did this and I got the type of power that Puff got, there's no way I'm selling. She has to have some on.
I know.
All right, Kev, because you're gonna hear us through the live. Kev wasn't there, so if anybody want to speak, you can speak. But being that we're already speaking on the live, so we're gonna let Kev speak. Go ahead, Kev, on what you get so far. Where you at, Kev?
Oh, my bad. I stepped out to get my my raspberry pomegranate tea, but it got hard to listen to after like 2 minutes. Now y'all see what I'm saying? Now go back and listen to everything I said, and then you listen to the last 5 minutes of this conversation. It's just, I love Puffy. Y'all lying. Stop saying that. That's all I hear.
Or he's a man. It doesn't even matter if he's puppy. He's a man.
Even when Marquise was making very valid points, he skipped right past the point. Well, why she settle? Because it's not an attempt. Again, there is no attempt whatsoever to defend your reason for taking your viewpoint. You didn't attempt to say why. Well, answer why would he settle? He just wants to say, well, why did she take so long? She's been trying to do this for the last 5 years. Extortion move. It's this, it's that. Some people, and this is what you have to understand, again, no matter what kind of argument they come with, they just want to trigger you. That is their sole and only purpose, period. And to answer your question, Nene, what do you do? How do you combat that? Is do the opposite of what y'all was trying to do. Hit him with logic and reasoning and facts. You just don't engage. You can't engage, because then just by extension, by you engaging a person who you know that you can't make a point with, you're fulfilling whatever narcissistic need he has to engage you and make you upset. And then as soon as they realize they make you upset, oh, you triggered. Yes, because they want to know that what they set out to do, they accomplished. They got you upset when you had no reasonable expectation of even making any progress with him. But now that he knows you're upset and you're triggered, then in his mind, it validates everything that he just said. See, she upset. Women lead with their emotions. They just do that. Now, all of that stuff, don't engage. There's no point.
The good part about it is if you remove him, they said something to save somebody. To let somebody know they are not alone. So being us, the fact that we're speaking up for the women who doesn't have no voice, if you remove him.
Right. Absolutely.
Now, if it's not a platform or whatever, I'm not engaging. Right.
And let me tell you what that did.
You have to learn.
For the people who might get upset and say, well, why would Suge give them a platform and let them sit up there that long and spew all of that hate and that? Listen, because like Suge just said, what if some woman is going through that situation? You know what happened to her when she heard that? That sounds just like the motherfucker who's beating me that I'm with, that's doing that. And it may go, you know what? They're saying everything that I tried to point out to him, and everything I say, he got to answer. He's shooting it down. It's always my fault. It may have helped somebody who was listening. That's the reason.
I gotta put that on a daggone thing.
Put that on a t-shirt. That's bars.
No. On a short. Make it a short.
That's definitely bars.
She's going
But
to say
no,
something too at the end. She's going to say something at the end that I'm going to make a short, and that right there, oh, that's powerful, brother. That is powerful.
I'm on mute for a second. Let me grab my tea. Because I
Okay.
refuse.
All right, I'm gonna let this play a little
Yeah,
bit.
I refuse to engage in this
But
mental.
I want to get up to when the guy comes on the word.
I know for a fact that if I have all of these eyewitnesses,
investigate that. She doesn't have to go and file criminal charges against him if that was part of their NDA. The prosecutor can prosecute him in any of those states, and really because it was multiple states, the FBI could get involved. You know what I mean?
What if they don't? What if they don't prosecute him?
If they don't, we'd be all messed up. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. But what if they don't bring up any charges?
Let me explain something to you. We'll travel that road when it comes, but I guarantee you, she's not going to be the first person. She's not going to be the first person that sues him. You know what I'm saying? He's going to get sued by a lot of other people. I guarantee that. You're going to see other. You're going to see. Yeah, but you're going to see other interviews, and you're going to see follow-on criminal charges. Again, you're talking about rape. There's no statute of limitations. They're going to investigate that.
Okay, well, we'll see. Like you said, we'll see.
The thing is,
only time will tell.
Doesn't take away whatever she has on him. He wanted to get this out of the way really quick. That does not sound like somebody.
And she did too. And she did too.
But
and it doesn't sound like anybody that was sexually assaulted.
But he only paying for his behavior.
And she only paid for hers.
That's what I think is so interesting. Why is that an indictment against her that she chose to settle a civil suit? Do you understand? Excuse me. Do you understand that in a civil case, the only recourse is monetary? Do you understand that's the nature of a civil case? So whether she saw the case all the way through in trial, or whether she chose to settle, the end result of there being a monetary benefit at the end is the same in a civil suit.
In her statement, she said she wanted to be an advocate for all women who are going through abuse and sexual assault.
And by opening her mouth and not staying silent, that's exactly what it is.
24 hours later, she decided she didn't want to do that.
I'm going to give you another witness. Kid Cudi confirmed exactly what she said about blowing up that man's car. You're gonna have phone records. You're gonna have insurance claims. You're gonna have his statements.
Then why didn't Kid Cudi sue him?
You know what, sir? I'm sorry, but that line of question is why a lot of women choose to stay silent when things have happened.
My line of question is the reason why a lot of women shouldn't stay silent.
First of all, have you been on a panel? Have you been on a panel? Have you been on a panel often? No. Have you been on a panel often? Because usually a dialogue is a two-way street. It's not just you talking and over talking and interrupting. If you're gonna have a dialogue, you gotta pause in order to hear. Because if you talking, then you're not listening at all. Do some active listening for a second.
Okay.
Your line of questioning is exactly why many women do not come forward, because you're making some personal indictment against the lady for settling. My point is very valid, and I like how you just glossed over that. Do you understand? No, I'm going to talk and you're going to listen. Maybe you need to mute yourself if you can't exhibit a little self-control so somebody else can get a word in.
Go ahead.
My point was very valid. The end result of a civil suit is exactly the same as the end result of her settling. At the end of a civil suit, a judgment is issued where there is a monetary gain should the defendant or should the plaintiff win. Whether she settled or whether she took that civil suit all the way to trial. At the end of the day, had she been awarded something through trial, it still would have been a monetary award at the end. So yeah, she decided to settle for whatever her reasons. But when you are the victim of assault and of physical assault and actual assault, when you are the victim, it is not for some bystander sitting on the sidelines with no, there's no impact on this case at all.
for you or anybody else with their questions to dictate how a victim has to address their assaultant in a way that satisfies you, me, or anybody else in the public. The end result of there being a monetary judgment through trial or the end result of her choosing to settle, it still would have been money awarded to her had he been found guilty. It's a double-edged sword, the line of your questioning. Well, why did she settle? Well, why did she settle? Do you understand that same question goes for him? Maybe they both chose to settle because it was advantageous for both of them. And what the hell is wrong with there being something advantageous for a victim of assault?
Because that's what I said. When I came up here from Jump Street, that's what I said. I said, okay, look, before you came up here, me and Sugar was talking, and Sugar asked me, why did he settle? And I said, well, why did she settle? Oh, well, she settled for this. I said, well, he settled for that reason. I said he settled because he didn't want to go through the BS.
So you got your answer. What do you keep asking the same question for?
Because you guys keep telling me that I'm wrong.
No, you said that. You said it never happened.
You see the backdoor gas?
I said it never happened.
Problem is that
I said it never happened because there's no police reports, there's no pictures, there's no eyewitnesses. It never happened.
Listen, excuse me, sir. I am a survivor, okay? And you will never find a piece of paperwork in anybody's police department that where I have accused someone, but I am absolutely a survivor. So you can take you and your opinion and your your little 2 cents and stick it somewhere. Clearly, you ain't been through enough. And thank God for that.
Now it's the insults. Now we have to insult each other, right?
Because like I said, your line of questioning and your overall attitude is a deterrent for people speaking their truth.
My attitude and my line of questioning is no different from yours. You guys are taking the opposite side.
But this is what you said, brother. You keep saying he had his reasons. What the sister is saying, she had her reasons, and it's not. Well, her goal was to get money, and she got money. But what I'm telling you is, but what she also has done, she has publicly embarrassed this man, just like he publicly embarrassed her, and now she's shaking a tree, and he's going to be caught up in litigation for years. If I was his lawyer, I would tell him to call Russell Simmons and get the going.
Well, see, there we go.
Marquise. Thank you, Marquise.
There we go. Because I said the same thing. I said that she settled for her reason, he settled for his. But you guys kept saying that his reason was more sinister than her reason. And I said, well, no, I said it was always about the money.
They are more sinister because
there is something sinister to abuse.
Bro. She's the victim. Of course the reasons are more sinister.
How do you know she's a victim? There's no pictures, no police reports.
How do you know she is not? Listen to how you talking. Let's assume for argument's sake. Let's assume for argument's sake, and let's play the tape all the way through, right? Okay. If she's not a victim, and everything she said is completely made up, then for some strange reason, he has chosen, rather than to have his day in court and prove his innocence, for some strange reason, he has proven to go ahead and pay that woman and shut her mouth.
You said yourself.
He is choosing to pay that woman to sweep that whole thing under the rug.
See, now that's what my brother. That's why I'm up here still. Because you say on one hand, you say he don't want to do it because of the embarrassment. Then you turn around in the next sentence and say he did it for the reason.
Whichever way.
Right. This is what I'm saying. He's saving his self-embarrassment for the moment while he strategizes. Because I can tell you right.
Some people that got children from these people. Some people, like I said, they don't blanked out. They don't blanked out. All this advice sounds beautiful. We in 2023, why people still get abused? This been said for a very long time. But like I said, we don't know what's going through people's mind. We don't know none of that. So I'm not gonna make them feel worse. The point is, when they ready to tell, they gonna tell. I would prefer to say, hey, these are the red flags before you even get into the relationship. Look for this, look for that. I can play a role like that. So before they get in, but a lot
That
of
would
times,
help. That would
but
help.
that's what I do. But I'm not going to sit up there and tell no. Whenever they ready to speak their piece, they ready to speak their piece.
I'm doing good. Um, and it's consciously, but subconsciously, you got to understand, man. You kind of victimizing the victim. I understand what you're saying, but you can't unless you and you can't tell someone how to go through the motions of even understanding what they're going through. You know, it's easy to say from the outside, but it's hard to say as you're going through. I understand what you're saying, and what you're saying ain't wrong. But instead of doing that, why don't we do this? Why don't we create environments where people feel safe to tell? Let's focus on that. Let's start on the
Yeah,
solution.
but that's not reality,
Talk about it.
unfortunately.
No, what you speak
Unfortunately,
is not reality. That's not
no,
reality.
no. Reality is if I abuse you, my brother, or if you abuse me, say something at the time of the abuse so that it doesn't continue. I don't understand why that's so hard for people to understand. Because if you
Because
did
they
that,
are the ones
not only
abused.
would it
That's
save
why it's
yourself,
hard for them to
not only would
understand.
that save yourself years of abuse, but it would also put the abuser behind bars.
Let me
Do you
let
think
me
they
tell you
want?
something.
I'm like, go ahead.
But you're going to continue the
No,
pain
no.
if you don't say anything. The pain continues.
But that's
Yeah,
still listen. That's still on them. It's on
but
them.
you and what you that's what I'm saying. What you saying is a fact, but what you not understanding is the cycle that people go through. So I was 9 years old, right? And my stepfather, he didn't sexually abuse me, but he beat the crap out of me. And he told me he'd kill me and my mother if I ever told her. I never told my mother until I was 14 when I was big enough to handle myself and I beat him down. So I was traumatized for those years, afraid to tell my mother. He was just kicking my
Oh,
butt. I'm a kid.
thank you.
You see what I'm saying? I didn't
Right
know
now,
no better.
I
It's
understand that.
easy, but this is what I'm saying. It's easy to say speak up, but you don't know the pain. You don't know the anguish. You don't know the trauma a person is going through. So I understand what you're
okay.
saying. What you're saying is fact. We're not disagreeing with you, but you can't just assume everyone can just do that. We need to
Brother,
make.
let me explain. Let me explain why I know it's fact. Because my stepfather did the same thing too, whooped my ass. But I told my father the first time it happened, and guess what? It didn't happen anymore because my father handled it. If I had
That's
kept
you.
my mouth shut,
That's not the
that's
rule,
me.
sir.
That's me. That's
That's not
me.
the rule.
That's me. But if I had kept my mouth shut, I probably would have kept getting my ass whooped by him.
And see, and then
I
you.
have to disagree. I'm sorry. I will tell y'all this. Again, I was in the second grade, and they brought the people in from school to talk to you about people touching on you inappropriately, right? And them people pressed upon us as students the importance of if somebody touches you inappropriately, you say something. Man,
Hey, I'm going on mute. I don't know if man they want to keep reliving this, but then Cap, the floor is yours. I'm gonna pass over that so she ain't gotta keep hearing the same thing over. Well, go ahead, Kev. I know your high's blown, but go on.
Well, yeah, like because again, the further you get into reason and logic, the harder they fight. You have nothing to fight with. You're going now trying to say, because in your one specific case, you told your father, what about the child that doesn't have a father that's present in his life? What about the child that really believes when his abuser says, and if you tell your mom or your dad, I'm gonna kill him, excuse me, I'm gonna unalive them. And that child at 7, 8, 9 years old believes that. See, when a person is that narrow-minded to where thought, logic, reason, and fact don't penetrate any part of their thought. But you notice right at the end of what the brother that was on before the word came up, he made very valid points. NJB, Nene hit everything right on the head. And your only response is, it didn't happen. I know it didn't happen because there's no police reports in those pictures. Let me just give you a real fun fact real quick. When we're talking about our cases, in 90, listen to this, in 99.7% of our cases, there are never pictures. Number two, in more than 94% of those cases, there is never another independent witness because of the nature of the crime. Just like a M, when you do those type of things, you tend to do them when you know there are no witnesses. So you're not going to have pictures, you're not going to have eyewitnesses. And as far as police reports, Nene said it just so beautifully. She personally was in that situation. You can't tell her. She didn't file no police report for whatever her reason were. We don't have to know because we know that's part of what happens also in situations. But then to turn around and say, well, if you would have only reported it, it would have stopped. That is the exception and not the rule. We just have to understand that. I'm not going to put the pressure on every child to say, well, if you'd have just told, it wouldn't have happened to you again. I'm going to put the blame squarely where it belongs, on the adult in that situation, the person who was in a position of power, the person who had the ability to victimize the other person. That's whose fault it is. That's where we need to start and end. Trying to ask why there were no pictures and videos. It's not trying to gain an understanding. It's trying to trigger you. That's it. That's all. There's no other reason for it. There's no other reason. And as sick as that sounds, people say, well, why would somebody just come up to try to trigger people? Because that's what some people do. That's why there's a Bigo. That's why there's other social media platforms where all they do is holler and yell and scream. That's the point. And I don't know that guy, but I know that just from listening to him speak without ever meeting him, I would never, ever have a conversation with him about anything. Just because I can hear his thoughts on something so important and that should be so obviously plain on what side you should be on and what your argument should sound like, I don't want to talk to him about anything. I don't trust him. As a man, I don't trust men like that because they allow the people who are abusing women to further do it because they've always got these guys to say, well, man, ain't no pictures, ain't no police report. I ain't seen no bruises on her eye, man. Hey, if that's why men abuse, not because women go back, because other men will make excuses and sanction it. They'll make up, like I told you, it could be any, I don't care if it's R. Kelly, I don't care if it's Nature Boy, I don't care if it's Dr. York, I don't care if it's whoever it is. When people make up their mind, I love this person, I idolize this person, they can do no wrong, no matter how many facts you hit them with. Stop engaging with them. I mean, and not like in this setting, it was perfect because all you have to do is play this video for women and they will know when they run into a dude like that, those alarm bells are going to go off immediately. They have the same speech patterns. They ask the same questions. Why ain't no pictures, no eyewitnesses, no police reports? He got money. How I know it ain't for the money? Those are the first 5 things you're going to hear. That's what it is because we know what it, rinse, repeat. We know what it looks like and sounds like. This is a man who advocates, or I'm not going to say advocates. That's the wrong word. Pardon me. This is a man who allows and perpetuates men who sexually abuse women because they will make excuses for him. Diddy ain't even got to come out and make no excuse. He could pay the money and fall back, and then he'll get these guys and a whole segment to come out and go, see, here we go again. Another successful black man. They're trying to take another successful black man down. That's all the narrative that you have to spin to certain men, to a large segment of the male population at this particular time that we're in. That's all you need. That's it. That's it. That's enough to go to war. Now we hate all women. These bitches ain't shit. They all money hungry. Watch them. What'd he say? You got to vet better. No, nigga, you got to stop being a predator. It has nothing to do with vetting. You don't have to vet when you don't have predatory intentions. When you have an illicit intention, then you have to vet people, because then you have to figure out who may tell on me, who may come forward, who may turn it around on me and put a knife in my neck one night after that. That's when you have to vet. So you have to listen to what things like the things that this guys like him say, excuse me. It's so blatantly obvious. He's the guy that works at the police station when you go in and report that assault, and he'll say, well, what did you have on? Well, why'd you have on a miniskirt and a halter top in a bar full of men? What'd you expect was going to happen? That's that dude. That's the principal at the school when the young girl comes and tells them that she was actually assaulted by 5 members of the football team. Well, what were you doing with 5 guys at one time? See, this is what we have to understand. You can't engage everybody, because their intention is not the same as yours. Their intention is to inflame you, to rile you up, to tap into the worst of your emotions. If he knows that he's triggering you, then he knows that you have been through some type of trauma, and he's pecking at it. It's like when you were young and you had an older brother or sister, and they would kind of like sit on your stomach and put their knees on your arms and just like tap in the middle of your chest until you start crying and beg to stop, because they know that irritates you and that bothers you. It's not going to kill you, but they know if they do that every time they see you mentally, what does that do when somebody can physically hold you down and you kick and you can't get out? It makes you feel helpless. And then they're doing something so small, like just tapping their finger real lightly in the middle of your chest. But when somebody's sitting on you and got your arms pinned down and doing that, you have a sense of, then they'll tell you, you overreacting, you acting like a little girl. Shut up. What are you crying for? That don't even hurt. That comes to the reverse gaslighting. That's what this dude did this whole conversation. It's deep, and it's a real-time look into social behavior right now in 2023. These are the dudes, I'm telling y'all, ladies, y'all better listen to these dudes. Talk to them. Talk to them before you get on some ass, before you start getting too fascinated with their tattoos and muscles. Talk to them and find out what they really think about important shit like this. They'll tell you everything you need to know. It's a warning. And like I said, I hope it's some young woman that was watching, that was listening, that's going through this and heard that dude and said, oh my God, this is the guy I sleep next to every night. Let me get away from this psychopath. Because he doesn't care. He doesn't have any empathy for me. He doesn't have the ability to step outside of himself and look at something from another person's perspective who may have been victimized, who probably was victimized. That's crazy.
That's why I'm so appreciative of this conversation today, Kev. Like, I don't regret last night's conversation, because at the end of the day, like you just said, it's about the woman, the child, the boy, young man that may be listening, right? That may come across this video and need to hear the message that was delivered yesterday. But this conversation is equally as important, because I want to make sure I check myself. And when I'm recognizing in everyday conversations, when I recognize a spirit and a personality like this one, I don't want to give them my energy and my jewels and engage in these nonsensical conversations that lead nowhere. So I'm really grateful for what you're saying now.
And again, that this right here, what you just said, Nene, you articulated that so beautifully. That is the good that comes out of even when someone tries to do negative in a space. This space won't allow that. This has always been a safe space. That's why I came over here, and that's why I stayed over here, and that's why I'm over here, because it's grown people that can disagree, but we can have a conversation. And a lot of times I'll come to a completely different understanding of something before that conversation took place. And that's why I'm thankful for you guys. And I'm thankful that I'm open-minded enough to be able to recognize, listen, you're a smart person, but that doesn't mean you're always right. And never think that you don't need to listen to other people. That is the first step toward narcissism.
Yeah, when you're that person that has to always have the answers.
That's right.
It's okay to admit that you don't know it all, and that maybe somebody else has a better way of thinking and a better way of looking at situations. I'll never want to be so big headed to where I'm not teachable.
Exactly. Because if your mind can't ever change, then that means you'll never grow from the point you're at right now. I always take into consideration when I open my mouth, I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong. I could be partially wrong, but I'm going to try to figure that out. And in that journey, I'm still going to be humble. When you point something out, I say, you know what, Nene, you're exactly right. Let me check. I've done that. Because if you don't have the ability to do that, you turn into this guy. You turn into that person, and you're of no good or service to anybody. He's not of service to our young men. I wouldn't want him talking to our young men. I certainly wouldn't want him in charge of my daughter or any woman who went through anything tragic that they're trying to deal with and handle. I definitely wouldn't want him to be anyone in law enforcement with an attitude like that my daughter may possibly have to deal with, or my family member, my loved one.
Yeah.
Any woman.
Now, I don't know, was it Blessed Forever? I don't know if I skipped it, because remember, this is supposed to be a 5-minute video, right? Who the one said you are dangerous?
Very.
That was Blessed. That was
Blessed,
That
right?
was me.
That was
I
D?
said it too. I said he's dangerous and he's scary.
Yes, I'm sorry. That was you, D.
All I
He's
know, that
scary.
hit me to the core. That hit me to the core, because that was dangerous, and that just kept spinning through my mind, and kept like ring. I'm like, yeah, like, yo, I didn't get my what you call it. But you know how many times, like, we'll watch this thing over, and we'll call each other, hey, I didn't see, I apologize, or I didn't see your point of view, but I saw it over, and now I do. See, that's what people do. We have all done that with each other numerous times.
Sugar tell you too. I called. I said, Sugar, I was just about to call you. I'm sitting here making some tea, and I'm watching the replay because I didn't get the notification last night. And she was like, "Oh, we came on real late." But I'm like, "Nah, I just listened to this shit, and I'm like, this, it bothered me that much." And I'm like, I was glad. I told Sugar, tell you, I just told her, I said, I'm glad I wasn't up there because, see, I know what he was doing. I wouldn't have said a word. I would have stayed on mute because I know exactly what he was doing. And you can bait a person. I mean, listen, I don't have any problem going toe to toe with anybody verbally, not in physically, but whatever you want to talk about, debate, discuss, whatever. But every conversation is not to be had because some people, there's no point to it. That's what we have to identify. That's what's important about what Nene said. Her antennas are up now because of being in this space and because of encounters like that last night. You are able to spot those things quicker so that you can disengage yourself and save yourself the frustration and the trigger. Because some people, that is their sole aim. If they know you have been victimized, they will poke that button. Now you have a man, and then you have a man that comes up and says he experienced abuse. In less than 3.5 seconds, he dismissed that whole man's experience. Well, you should have told your daddy, because when I told my daddy handled that shit. It didn't
Ain't
happen
that was some shit?
So again, this is a person.
And then like me, my comeback was, we gave that man the idea that he could hit you anyway. I mean, if I told no,
What your
something
daddy do? How did he handle?
your
Did daddy go beat
structure
him up?
wasn't right neither, that he thought it was okay to beat you.
And you didn't say what your mama did. What'd your mama do when she found
And,
out? Did she stay with him or did she break up?
and why didn't daddy go talk to that man and say, hey, you put your hand? What daddy didn't do what he was supposed to do. That's why I said that wasn't a comeback for me, because anybody who knows me, I ain't got to say nothing. You don't put your hands on mine.
That's
right?
how people
So that's something that your father must not, his father allegedly, I don't know, mustn't get that clear.
Right.
So the point is, he did it, and he came. No, he should never done it.
Right.
So something, that foundation wasn't all the way fixed. But again, I don't like when people come in this safe space and they tell what they went through. It doesn't mean they're still hurting. It doesn't mean they're still in pain. But our job is to, if they choose to share their experiences to help somebody, then that's what they do. Or if they're still in pain or whatever, and this is their therapy for whatever. But I'm laughing at Blessed Forever. She said I'm laughing because Shook almost walked off the ledge when the woman came and agreed with him and said, y'all, so we, oh yeah. I was like, oh Lordy.
But
I wouldn't say walk off the ledge. But go ahead,
That
bro.
surprised me.
Nene hit him with, but again, you have both of them, just like you have the
Oh,
manosphere.
Nene wasn't finished. She ain't finished.
Yeah, I
Right.
told Suge earlier, we coined a new phrase. There's a mammy sphere too. Y'all have to be
I
aware
like
of
that.
that.
Mammy sphere.
There's a mammy sphere too. You have to realize that people will trigger you from both sides. You'll get disarmed because you'll be like, oh, this a woman. Automatically, you're gonna assume she understands. But nope, she came in. Do. See what I'm saying? They come in all shapes and forms, and you just have to know. It's good when you listen to them. It's good not because we're getting anything out of it. We're able. They're showing us the red flags. They're showing us the tendencies. You can hear it in his tone of voice. You can hear it in his inflection. You can hear it how he kept repeating the same thing. There ain't no pictures, ain't no police reports, ain't no witnesses. They kept saying the same thing because that's all you have. Because when you're arguing a point that really has none, that's what it is. You just keep going around and around in circles. And you try to antagonize the person each time you circle back around.
And then the point is, you said it a little bit earlier. I had to go feed the son and stuff, so I was up and down. But I caught a part when Kat was like, you're not every time you're gonna have pictures. Because first of all, if you're in a relationship with somebody, whether you go with them or you're married, it's like, what do? Call up the neighbors, hey, I'm getting ready to bait my wife. Like, take pictures. Like, nobody does that.
Right. And
Nobody does that. And I wanted to
Interesting.
go off on when you were speaking upon that part, but I had to get right back up. I
Do
was
you-
like, that is so freaking true, yo.
Do you know how easy it would be for a celebrity who lives in a place like Puff to assault somebody and have his bodyguards and his security keep that person in that location until their bruise is healed up or whatever, or until he was able to convince them to say, hey, listen,
He
if
took her
you
to
do this,
St. May, her go to Hawaii, baby.
you're gonna mess up the bag. Go on to Hawaii, baby. Take your girlfriend, take your mama. Yeah, I'm gonna give you 30,000 cash. Go have a good time. It's gonna go. Now, that's not to pass judgment on her if she did that. I'm just saying these are the things that people don't understand. We're everyday people. Those people live a whole different life from us.
You 100%
And you don't
right.
you don't know the pull, the connection, and the things that they are able to access to get people, to pressure people into not talking.
Yeah,
It ain't just
that
they
part
not.
you said is true. But where's the ninja? A lot of times is word against word, but at the end of the day, sometimes you may have some evidence. Sometimes it's not like, especially if you're living with somebody and that person is telling you no. You don't say, well, being that you told me no. Well, the lady said, I don't told him no, so let me record this. Nobody thinks of that at that moment. So of course it wouldn't be no pictures of if he baked her or not. Now it would be witnesses if he called them people there and he had to watch her do them things. Now that's supposed to be his woman. And he threw her out there to men. I mean, every which way you turn, it's just some. And if you ever seen her with him, she never smiled. She always looked like, especially when he used to have them parties or whatever for Thanksgiving and New Year's. She never looked happy. She never smiled. But I'm like, that part is so true.
And then don't you see the pattern? And then he starts dating Young Miami. And then the first big sign she had was it came about casually, and he was like, oh, we go together. She like, yeah, like what? And he didn't. Now, again, why is almost 50-year-old man interested in a 20,
almost over 50?
Yeah, 50-something-year-old man
50.
interested in a 20-something-year-old girl. His biological children are the same age or older than her. And you got to remember, it's just like Trump. People say, how did Trump do all these illegal things and he always had Secret Service around him? Because they're not going to have to tell unless it comes to a certain situation. So I'm sure there were people who witnessed it. And again, he was so quick to dismiss the fact that she had no evidence. I will just say to you again, and the brother, the word made this point. Puffy is a very powerful person in that industry, and he has money. If anything was false, he has the ability to fight something that he knows is false, that he knows that other person has no way to prove. You don't give a person millions of dollars for something that they cannot prove or that they don't have absolute evidence that would Show your proof.
That's
You
a fact.
don't do that. And when you say that to a person and their only response is, well, ain't no police reports, ain't no pictures, ain't no witnesses. How many people have came before us and said they witnessed the R? It doesn't happen. You
It's
don't
so rare.
people in front of other people. That doesn't happen. And when you're Diddy, why would you ever have anybody present? And then just in the context it was described, once she tried to leave, he forcefully kept her there, beat her, and then R'd her. That's why there's a statute called marital R, because even though you're married, if my wife says no, I don't feel like having it. I can't say, woman, you belong to me. I got papers on you. You got my, I can't take nothing from my, and I've been with that woman 25 years. She can tell me no to right now. I can't say nothing. I can't say I done bought you X amount of purses. I paid the rent. I can't say none of those things. That's not how it works. But when you hear people start trying to defend the indefensible, that's when you know, stop talking. They're getting their fill of what they need. They want to see you frustrated. They want to know that they triggered you. That's what satisfies them. That's part of whatever sickness they have going on within them. Because like I said, I don't have to, it's just certain things that people don't say who are fair-minded, who are open-minded, people who are compassionate, people who are trying to find something out as opposed to trying to be right. There's just certain things that people do and don't say when they're trying to seek the truth and they're trying to do the right thing. And when I hear dudes like that, I just keep my mouth shut. But I used to be the one that would come right at him and be like, yo, man, you blah, blah, blah. But it's no use. That's what he wants. He's getting what he wants. I get nothing out of that except getting pissed off and frustrated. Because I thought that if I would have just, if he just listened to, I tried to break this down and he didn't understand he understands perfectly everything y'all said.
Yes.
He don't care. He wants to upset y'all because he has some type of problem with females without knowing them. Again, I'm not a doctor, psychologist. I'm not putting nothing. It's the first time I ever saw this dude ever, but from what I heard him say and being a man for 56 years, I know that this dude has a very big problem with women on some type of level. I don't know if it was the way he was raised and his dynamic with whoever raised him. I don't know if his dealings with females as he's grown up and some different, but something traumatized him in his life. He hates y'all. He don't just not like y'all. He hates y'all.
Yeah, you could hear the loathing coming through.
Y'all have to recognize dudes like that because there's a lot of you ladies right now that are laying right next to men who think just like that. They just might not express it like he do, but they'll show you in their actions. You better pay attention and believe them the very first time they show you. He never have to say nothing again. I know exactly how he feel. Exactly how he feel. He don't have to ever say nothing else. He could never change my mind. Because he's shown me thoroughly and convinced me of how he thinks. He is indoctrinated. You can't, he's not a person that you can reach. That's why I said everybody can't go like we say all the time, Nene. Some of you have to let go. And unfortunately, you know, Suge said it best to me. She said, hey, bro, it ain't a whole lot of y'all left. That's how she said it to me. I was like, yo, you right. And I know that because I have very few people that I could talk to because it's so many people that'll buy into that way of thinking because of whatever traumas they went through or whatever caused them to form that opinion. All I could do is say, hey, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you can't go. Not with the group that's going with me. Y'all can go, y'all can't go with us. You can't do nothing useful for us, the people that I'm with, that I'm trying to help, that I want to go with me. You can't bring anything to us. In fact, you're going to tear down whatever we have left that we trying to hold on to and rebuild. This dude is dangerous. His ideology is dangerous. His obvious disdain for women is dangerous. He's that same dude that will watch that girl get hit in the face with the brick and record it and say, well, nah, I ain't finna get in. That ain't none of my business. And I don't know what she did before that. See, y'all, I don't know the whole backstory. She might have did something right before the dude hit her in the face with the brick. He's not gonna walk in the street in front of the dude and say, hey, brother, we not finna let that woman go. If she talked to you, said something rude to you or whatever, let her go on her way. You ain't gonna never see her again. But nah, we ain't gonna do that. That's what men did from my era. They didn't have to know what that girl did. And I'm gonna tell you something else. We would still hold women accountable. If she did do something that we saw that was out of pocket, and then that dude would react, we still are gonna stop that dude and say, nah, dude, we don't do that. We don't put our hands on females. And we're gonna tell that female, young lady, go on about your business and stop putting your hands on men, because it might not be no other men here to stop the next man or stop, saying disrespectful, cussing his mom out or doing whatever. You can hold somebody accountable and still protect them. That's what we got fucked up. It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. We can do both. We can hold women accountable and we can still protect them. But they have drawn a line in the manos and the mammy sphere. They either y'all submit and do exactly what they say, or you're not under their protection and it's war against y'all.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm so grateful to hear you say that. It's just that you're the first man in our generation that I've heard articulate that you can hold women accountable and protect them. Like, I have to agree with Shug. Like, there are not many of you left.
If you have daughters, that should be a natural instinct.
Thank you, Judy.
My daughters.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
My daughters, my nieces, my wife, they will all tell you, if you ask them separately, he loves me more than anybody else on this planet, and he gets on my ass more than anybody on this planet. Because I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I asked my niece to take me somewhere because she had an accident in my vehicle. Right now, keep in mind the vehicle she has, I co-signed for her. So when I asked her to take me somewhere, she went, Uncle Kev, I don't feel like take. I said, listen, let me just say this real quick. You just graduated from college last year. You went to college for 4 years. I got up every morning and drove you to campus and came and picked you up and drove your aunt back to work and picked her up while I was at work. So whatever I ask you to do, don't ever make me feel like I'm bothering you, because whenever you did bother me, and trust me, you bothered me plenty of times, and I didn't feel like doing things a lot of times, but I never said it because that's the sacrifices you make for people you love. And then I kissed her and said, I love you, and let's go. You still gonna take me whether you feel like it or not, because
that's a dope way of doing it.
That's and you know what? And she said, I love you. Thank you, Uncle Kev, because she got it. No, I'm not trying to beat her down. I gave her the message. Listen, we have to do things for those that, and then when she started thinking about all the things that she just moved. How did you move? I just gave you $2,000 to move and put everything inside your apartment. I don't care if I am bothering you. Do what I asked you to do, even if you don't feel like it, because that's being appreciative for everything that I've done for you. You've never had to say thank you, but that's a way of showing. So that's how you hold somebody accountable, but you still protect them and support them.
That's right. Because you could have went in a whole lot harder than that, but you didn't. You didn't even make that an argument.
Exactly, because
it's no what need. It is, and let's go.
There's no need
to. And then a lot of people feel like, oh, I have to make it sound masculine for it to be through. Like I'm not going to do it the soft way. Now life already been hard enough for people. So by you doing that, they used to that anyway. Some people, I hate to say it, but they just need that ear and a hug. Because you can't change nothing that happened in the past. They already went through it. So beating them in the head on what they should have did and could have did, that's not going to work 20 years ago. It happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, regardless. Sometimes, but they're still stuck with that in their head and in their mind forever, even if they heal. Even if they heal. I know a lot of women growing up and we didn't know, and then grandma didn't play no games, and she didn't allow nothing. Why? Because something happened to grandma. Even though she healed from it, she made sure she see something ain't right. Boys over there, men over there. No, you cannot sleep in here. And oh no, you come in the room with me.
Yes.
So some of them was already taken down in protection mode because they know things that happen to them. So even though they're healed, they do become protectors now. They become protectors. But
Yeah,
Like
that
I
was
said,
the interesting part of that conversation yesterday, Suge and Kev. The part where old dude was like, see, some of y'all like it soft, and y'all don't need that. This idea that in order to get your point across, you got to come at somebody super hard, tough love. And I
yeah.
don't know, like there is a time and a place for tough love, but when you're dealing with the wounded, when you're dealing with someone's brokenness, I don't believe that is the time for you to come in with
Mm-hmm.
your heavy-handed, tough love, rah bullshit.
And that'll go for
That's
anybody, especially how many times you done told your own kids don't do blah 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 blah. Then they turned around and did blah 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 blah. That's not the time to tell your kid, well, I told you so. That's not the time for
Exactly.
that. You give them that air and that hug, and then you talk to them again, or let them talk to you, because they will be saying, "Ma, I should have listened." Sometimes they
Mhm.
will say that, or Dad, I should have listened. You know, but that's not the time when they done made the. Well, you know what? I already had told you. So now either A, they're not gonna never tell you nothing else again, because we all have done something our parents told us not to do. They said being at 9 o'clock, we came in 10. It's none of us is we all have done something.
For
Don't eat
sure.
that, and we still snuck in there and we ate the cookie anyway. But even who, we all have done something. So sometimes, like you said, it's not the time nor the place to hit people with, well, you should call. Now, people, I think people just say that so when things can happen, if they're already against you, they can say, well, you could have been called. Same thing they said, like with Kiki, right? Another one who's got abused, right? Then come to find out the mother been getting on him for abusing the child. Then come to find out the brother is an abuser also. And then his baby mother is fighting for for custody of their child.
what was
And
you not to
mhm.
cut you off. You were talking about the situation Kiki Palmer just revealed that her boyfriend had been physically abusive to her with
uh
her. Yeah, yeah.
So again, I gotta show you the video of this mammy. Like, and oh gosh, she looking. First of all, they got money. They ain't looking for nothing. They work speak for itself. She's been working since um since I don't know if before Keela and the Bee. She's been in the
Kiki was a
business.
child actress, I think, from the age
Yeah,
of 6 on up.
right.
Yeah.
So she's not looking for nothing. She ain't what she need to look for. She got her career. It ain't like her career went down. Her career is steady the way it is. That man looking for a look up, and then they hit it with the hit try to hit it with well. Some of the things they say, I'm going to play that though.
Well, here's a perfect example. I'm gonna be real quick so you can play the video. When that first situation happened and Kiki and Usher was serenading Kiki and the boyfriend went crazy and she dressed like a thought out there, blah blah blah. Everybody jumped on Kiki Palmer. Yeah, he right. He out there, see, y'all, he trying to protect his woman, and she out there half naked. Now they find out the boy been beating on the girl. Now, see, again, because we're always ready to attack. We're
But they
ready.
still and they made an excuse for that too. I got to show you. Gonna have to see the video. They're still man, and I'm like, yo, I'm like, yo,
Listen,
what's
listen.
going to happen is a lot of y'all men going to become endangered species because women's gonna be tired.
Kiki Palmer is one of them young women that has been in the industry, like Suge was just saying, from childhood. That girl ain't never embarrassed us as a race. She ain't never embarrassed herself or her family. That girl don't get caught up in a lot of. And soon as some dude come out and say, "Oh, she was just like I thought," and I'm pissed off, he was mad because I would feel a way if Usher was singing to my wife. Not that I think my wife gonna leave me for Usher, but that's just a natural instinct. Let's just admit we human. As soon as he felt the way and said it, everybody was so ready to attack that young lady. It's like,
Yeah,
wow,
but
man.
but if he didn't do that every single performance, then I can say, hey, you got a point there. Because even Kenya Moore said Usher snatched her soul, right?
He
Now,
do that. That's what he does.
now
He's
when
Usher.
when
He's a
they when
singer.
he turned around and said, I heard your man looking for me, my man even wrote a record about it. Why you didn't stop the Usher?
Yeah.
My
And
man,
then
my man turned around and did a whole song talking
and then
about you, sir.
and then
Why you
just
didn't
to
stop
show you,
that?
and then just to show you how fickle this crazy society is, Then just a couple months ago, they ridiculed Usher for protecting Tiana Taylor from Chris Brown when Chris Brown started acting crazy because whatever Tiana Taylor didn't do what he said fast enough. Then they started clowning Usher. Chris Brown people done jumped on Usher for protecting this girl from Chris Brown. And everybody took Chris Brown's side. See, that's what I'm saying. We gotta understand what we doing, man. We gotta understand what we doing. We be condoning the wrong stuff from the wrong people. It's just, even if it's your favorite, even if you like them and they make good music, right is right and wrong is wrong. Like, do you want?
But that's the problem. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Doesn't is that's phasing out.
It don't apply no more.
Now is whatever you want it to be.
It's old fashioned, right?
It's whatever
the
you
new
want it
alternate
to be.
reality.
Right.
Yeah, it ain't just yeah.
Right. So
it's not just the truth no more. There's always an alternative truth. That's a new shit they made up. You know,
it's to the point that even, like I said, even women that they don't even want to be mothers no more. They're like, you know, I don't want these niggas kids.
Mammy's fear.
I don't even want to know. They like, you know what? We don't even want to have your babies. And then a lot of them now, they're gonna see when we distance ourselves. You can keep them girls, but guess what? You're gonna have to keep getting young girls because they're gonna get older eventually. They're not like young Miami's having a lot of fun right now, but baby, you're gonna get tired. You're gonna get tired of having to defend this grown ass man. You're gonna get tired. She ain't put in 11 years yet. He ain't even claim her.
Hey,
he still ain't claim her.
I swear, I feel it's so easy and relaxing and comforting to be lame. I don't have no side chicks. Never
that
had
part, Kev.
I don't have no kids. Ain't no woman never embarrassed my wife talking about your husband. I met your none of. I go to work. I come home. Me and my family laugh. Y'all hear us sometime. We had Taco Tuesdays. We go miniature golf on Saturdays. We go skating or bowling on Sundays as a family. I'm lame as hell, but guess what? I am good. I'm happy. I got 3 little dogs. They not even noisy because they fat ass laying in their stuff on their custom made beds that my wife made for them. But I'm not. Now everything has to be extra turned up, extra amplified. You got to have I don't know. But that's what comes with that kind of stuff. That's what comes with that. You can have that if you want, go for it. When you're talking about a bag, it's things that come with the bag. When you talk about celebrity and fame and stardom, it's shit that come with that.
That's just like that guy. I'm gonna show that, right? Tony Gaskin was on the show, right? So Tony Gaskin, he was blowing up them. He was calling all them coaches and them fake and all that other stuff, right? So then the guy decided to, hey Lisa, thank you. What's up? So the guy thought that he was going to come. I'm gonna play it because y'all got to see it. And Tony Gaskin did not. He stood 10 toes down on what he said. He even told homeboy, "Yeah, you got too much bass in your voice. I think you need to bring that down, right?" Right. But it's different when they talk. See, you can tell when a man is a man. I keep telling all these alphas, you're not an alpha. There's only one alpha, and you can always tell who is the alpha and who are not. All of y'all can't be alpha. There's only one. So when that man do all that want, and that one man shuts you up, and yeah, okay, brother, brother. And if it was a female, you itch, you effing itch, and all this other type of stuff. Oh, you got a lot to say, but when the real man come in, you know how to kneel. That's the alpha.
Yeah.
All these every man claim they're alpha. I'm like, nah, you're not an alpha amongst women. You're only an alpha when you're amongst men. So the one who is ruling y'all is the alpha.
And ladies,
but they want to say that to us. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Suge. I didn't mean to cut you off. I want to make this point before I forgot. Ladies, next time you encounter a brother like this brother right here, and they're coming at you, and you do engage them, not to change their mind, but just because you're in a space where it calls for that. One thing that you should ask them is, all of these alphas, all of these guys who are trying to tell younger men what to do and how to handle women and all this, Ask them how long they've been in a relationship. I'm 24 summers in. So if that counts for anything, I think that I'm qualified. And not only am I 24 summers in, she's still happy. She still run around here. Sometimes she'll walk past the door on her way out and stop and say, "Hey, I just wanted to tell you, you handsome as hell, boy," and walk out the door. So if these guys that are giving you all this information, ask them how long they've been with the woman they with, if they're with a woman.
They didn't want
They
one.
always,
Exactly.
they always make the point to say to a woman, "Where's your man?" As soon as the woman say, "I don't have it," oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's why you ain't got no man. But I bet you most of these guys that's out here giving all these seminars and classes and these, these Andrew Tates and Fresh and Fit, these guys are not married. Most of them are not married. They'll tell you they don't want to be, but if they didn't, why are they going so hard about what women should do? Because you shouldn't be concerned about that unless you're trying to wife one of them. So if you don't want to be married, why do you care what they're doing? Let them do what they do. You do what you do. You're not responsible for them. But see, that's why you have to read through the lines. You're never going to change these dudes' minds.
Yeah, because see, they looking for, somebody said doormat, which is exactly, I was going to say that, but Queen Key said it first. But the thing is, they're not looking for love. That's why they're looking for submission. I would rather be loved. You know what I'm saying? Because love, baby, love, it will do so much more for you than submission will ever do.
Right.
Baby, the cake tastes different when it's made out of love. See, you could give everybody the same exact ingredients, but baby, if you ain't into it, it's not gonna taste the same. That's why somebody said, "I can't do it like grandma," but I got all the ingredients because grandma did that out of love. Like, so when you're doing things out of love, everything is so much better. They don't want that. They don't want no feelings. They don't want no emotions. They just want you to do this. First of all, you can't give instructions on the marriage.
Right. Because like people ask me all the time, Kev, your wife submit to you. I said, I don't know. I just know that my wife does whatever I ask her. And I don't think it's because she submitted to me. I think it's because she loved me and she
Out of love, and it's
out of
so
love and
much
respect.
better.
I think that's why
the world.
now, if that's what you call submission, I don't know. But in the same token, just like I said, whenever it's still, you can protect and you can still hold the person accountable. Just a small example. Just how me and my wife talked to each other one day. I said, "Hey, baby, give me $5." She's so used to my wife don't have to go in her purse for nothing. I said, "Hey, baby, give me $5." And she looked at me. She said, "What you need $5 for?" I said, "Baby," I said, "How much does that what's the purse? What's the Kate Spade?" I said, "How much that Kate Spade costs on your arm?" And she just started cracking up and she reached in her little purse and gave me the $5. She got the point. It didn't turn into an argument.
But either who, the thing is, that's still women. That's still correcting the woman's behavior. Nobody's speaking upon the men behavior, right? So even if the same way you can have thoughts of how these things didn't happen, why you can't have thoughts of, if these things did happen, how men should conduct themselves?
How are you gonna handle it?
Right. You don't them. That's what you don't hear in none of these videos.
Yeah,
Of
now,
none
I
of
didn't
these
have to say,
manospheres. All they go is, they have to say, because it sounds good, "Well, I don't condone it." So if you don't condone it, why are you doing a video for it? If you don't condone it, but every time it happened to a woman, you are condoning it, what's the purpose of saying, you might as well just play the fucking video?
This is the thing I can't understand. We all supposed to be so grown and mature. How come we can't talk to each other and disagree without still being respectful? Like, I think
what
it's a way to
is, with the social media, made it to where it's profitable, right?
Right.
So and then back in the days before it was profitable, it was about nobody going to jump, like a hush, 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 hush thing, right? So either way, you're not telling. Either it's a hush thing, but now it's profitable. So a lot of these people, they make big money. They make big. Sometimes people send them $500 here and $400 here and $100 there, and that's just on the Cash App. I mean, that's just on the what you call it alone, a super chat alone. That's not including the Cash Apps, or if, because who knows with YouTube. Well, that's only if And if this stays green and is monetized, most of the time, depending on the topic, is yellow. But they don't care because they done got it off the other end. So some of
Yeah.
them have to come on every day because they gotta pay their bills. Some of these people,
Yeah.
some people, if you've been doing it for a long time, have became millionaires. But in the
Yeah.
sense of that, we are destroying. Again, we keep finding ways to destroy our people because
Yep.
we're adults. Now, if I take all of y'all points and tell my son, hey, this is what I want you to do, right?
Right.
And all of us tell our sons these things, and y'all kids is going to be on the receptive end of it.
Right.
Y'all daughters is going to be
These
on the
dudes got
other
daughters
end
and
of it.
granddaughters. They don't. These same dudes that you telling, these dudes are gonna grow up and listen to what you say, and they're gonna be messing with your family members, your daughters, your granddaughters, your nieces. So you gotta, if you proud of what you putting out there, keep saying what you saying. I just know that it's always a counter narrative. So I try to put out that narrative that's for what I think are the people that's try to be sane and mature about a situation. It's like we can't keep handling each other like this. We done got to the point where men hate women and women hate men, and that's just, and it's, you can't build nothing like that. You can't maintain nothing like that, and you can't raise a generation like that because it's not sustainable. We're going to eliminate each other. We're gonna, just because of the way that we are looking at each other. Men think all women are this way. They all want money, 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 money. So everything that a woman says, that man, most men are judging from the lens, oh, she wants some money out of me, or she whatever, whatever.
Yeah, but
Women,
but again, they are
no, but I'm
supposed
saying
to.
even on
They
the
are
flip side,
supposed to because that's what y'all put out there. Y'all are to
right?
provide and protect. Hey,
Exactly.
Point Blank, I am so glad you are better. It is good to see you. Hopefully, you are out of the hospital. Peace and blessings to you, my brother. Yeah. So if you put
Yeah,
out
shout
there,
out Point Blank.
right, if you put out there, hey, this is what we're supposed to do. So of
Exactly.
course, so they looking for
Exactly.
what you said.
And then how are you gonna have that next
Because even
generation of men feeling like that about women, and then think that we're gonna rebuild something, or we're gonna build our community up strong? There's no way. There's no way. You should be able to tell that by what's going on.
they're not even worried about the community. They are
And
not
that's the
even
point I'm
worried about
trying
the
to make.
community because these people they have become internet famous. They
Just like
internet
Queen
famous
Key
or
said,
whatever. And we already see.
Uncle Kev had 1 million plus subs. Is it really that? See, that make me think, wait a minute. Is it really 1 million people just in this little sector that really agree with him and be like, damn? Because I don't know 1 million people that think like me. So I got like 999,000 people to dudes to try to change, and so we can catch up, because it's like that side is winning. That
And it's a shame
it's
that,
almost like
but
it's
it's a
almost like
shame. But it's a
uh-huh.
shame that he didn't have none of that because he tried to help men first. See, that he took
But
his
nobody
time.
watched him. He said nobody
Right.
watched him when he was trying to help men. As soon as he started talking about women,
So they
hey,
brag about him like, nah, he even
that's
said, you know
crazy.
what? It's no hope for y'all men.
That's crazy. It's no hope. That's why I kept saying it's over with. It's like, how do we turn this around? It done got so far gone this way. How do we possibly reverse this shit at this point? Because it don't seem like nobody really care. It's like, I don't know. It's just crazy that we think that, everybody always talking about their kids and they'll do anything for their kid. Do you know how much damage we doing to these kids? If you care about the kids so much, you will stalk these kids. You will involve these kids in grown people's stuff. People mess with these kids now. Teachers, now it got to the point where women teachers are messing with young boys, and then you got women guards in prison messing with inmates, and there's no lines anymore. How can we? Where is this headed? Where is this headed? We still arguing about who right and who's wrong. We're not even arguing about why everything is like it is. And then that's why it's so important. Again, like you said, it triggered a lot of people. And I hate that it did that, because, as a person, a human being, I know what it feels like to have a trauma that you're trying to heal from, have that scab reopened, and just on some somebody trying to do something just with ill intentions, you know, that's crazy. But you got to understand that that's what's out there and that's exists. So we don't have time to talk to them. As many of us that are like-minded, we got to try to connect, because if not, this shit is over with. These kids, look at the start they done got off to based on everything that they've been seeing from the generations before us and our kids who are there.
And then there's no more love songs, no more real love. Everything is about straight up effing.
They spin it
right?
over, Papa, let me get it in your. That's what it is
And
now.
then it's about the licking the a-hole and everything. So these poor children, they don't know what to do. Certain feelings and emotions, they ain't gonna feel. From the entertainment to all of this stuff that's coming up, to all this blue pill.
I hate to interrupt you, Suge. I gotta go. I got a lot of family things to deal with right now.
All right, peace and blessings to you, my love.
Have you, Nene.
Did we praying for you? Did we praying for you? And our deepest
Peace and blessings, baby.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna pray a little bit. I wish he was up so he could have joined the panel. The word, but let's go.
And I could hardly get through that presentation. At 8 years old, tears streaming down my face because I had been being abused for years at that point. So the teachers called my mom, tell my mom I was upset, blah, blah, blah. Long story less long. I finally come out and say, hey, a relative had been abusing me for years by that point, okay? Not only did the relative that was responsible for my abuse, not only did the family decide to move, that faction of the family decided to move out of state, but there were so many more abusers in my family that my abuse never stopped. Instead, as a child, I was labeled as fast. I was labeled as promiscuous, okay? And my did not stop, okay? I just take so much issue with what you're not that there's anything wrong with what you're saying. That's the thing that's so weird. It's like you're not saying anything that's incorrect, but what you're saying is not real.
Because
a lot of people.
He's keeping it one-sided on how he feels. But he's
no,
not.
I said I understood.
No, you don't.
I said I understand. I do.
You feel, but you're
right.
not,
and I'm trying to say that
about how they feel. But you
right.
never said anything pertaining how they feel.
Again, I sympathize with what she went through her whole life.
Victims entirely.
I sympathize with victims entirely. Every victim that was ever a victim of any type of abuse, I sympathize with you. My point is that if you say something, and this young lady here says she spoke when she was 8. Unfortunately, her family kept abusing her, but she spoke up. And if more people speak out when it happens, then your chances of not having to go through that, it rises because you're speaking out about it. If you keep it hidden, if you don't say anything, you definitely know that it's going to continue.
Again, that is absolutely.
You got the most fucked up delivery in the world. That's crazy.
I can be there when they're ready to speak. That's my job. My job, when you're ready to speak, my job is to be there for them when they're ready to speak. Like I said,
I can tell you right now, if I had to report anything that happened to me yesterday, 10 years ago, freaking 5 minutes ago to you, DOD, I would just keep on getting abused. And I'm not saying that to like throw a shot at you. I'm saying that your delivery will, I know for a fact it's working for at least one somebody, because at least one somebody in the comments is saying that what you're saying is resonating, but your delivery is also a deterrent for many, and beyond just you, not just making it so personal to you, but the mindset, the thinking behind what you're saying is a huge deterrent. And And I want you to try, if you can, to listen to what I'm saying and not take it personal, okay? I don't know you. I don't got no personal beef with you. I'm saying that your approach and the thought process behind your approach does not make it a safe, warm, inviting, welcoming situation for folks to come out. And I just want you to think about that. If everybody took the same position with the same mindset that you do, it does not um, it does not make it a comfortable space for people to come out and say, hey, this, that, or other had for me. That's just food for thought.
Hold on,
Okay, now,
Michelle. Michelle,
and
I'll
I
let you speak in
appreciate.
1 second. Michelle, people are vulnerable. You didn't know that? You didn't know people are vulnerable? You didn't know that is one of a human thing that humans go through? You didn't know that? Y'all sound weak and vulnerable.
And sister,
How are they supposed to sound? Excited? Happy?
no. But check this out. And sister, I appreciate your criticism of me, and I'm not taking this personal either. I know we're passionate. We're up here discussing it. Voices may raise. Some, ad hominems might come through, but I don't take this personal. When all I'm saying is, because you made some excellent points. You said my delivery is not what it should be, but the delivery that you've been listening to your whole life has been that of on the soft side, and the soft side of people delivering the same message that I'm delivering to you hasn't worked, and hasn't worked for many other people. Maybe people need to have it pounded into them. Maybe they need to hear a person speak to me like this, the way I'm talking to the panel here and to the people in the chat. Maybe they need to hear it this way to get an understanding that they have to speak up, because
all right. What do you say about that, Kev? Kevin, no. Kev.
No.
My bad, I was coughing. But bro, I have a God complex. It's like he's assuming too much of himself. But the reason that I can understand, because in a way I used to be like that. I used to be very hard. Like, why would you stay there and let somebody keep? But what I had to come to realize, and again, I try not to be too critical of people, because hopefully one day he may come to that understanding. I don't hold out much hope, but if a man has not got to the point where, regardless of whatever the circumstances are, in certain situations, you can't tell a child, I feel bad about what happened to you and that was wrong, and I support victims, but if you would have said something, it wouldn't have happened. Because now you just discredited everything that you said that was in support of that victim. So that's double backdoor gaslighting. That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's what, again, she said it so perfectly. Nene said, if you had to be the person that I had to report my abuse to, I would have probably kept getting abused, because it's almost not as bad as you re-victimizing her for trying to tell you about the abuse, because you're blaming her immediately. He will never, ever concede to the fact that his message, though in theory being truthful, that is not helpful in one way, because of exactly what Nene said, his delivery. You can keep saying, well, I don't have to worry about my delivery, but maybe if you'd have got it that way, maybe that would have changed things, because maybe you needed to hear it hard. You was hearing it too soft. You're thinking too much of yourself, bro. It's not how somebody says something. You have to understand, each individual person that something happens to, they will respond different than the next person. But as long as they know that they have the ability to come forward when they feel comfortable, then they are more likely to come forward. Not because of how rough they're giving the message about, you need to come forward immediately if something happened to you. If you don't, it's your fault. Those are the same. I just said the same thing in two different ways. Which one is someone going to listen to? Listen, if anything happened, I'm not saying it did, but It doesn't have to be the day tomorrow. If you don't ever feel comfortable, you don't have to say anything. Just know this is a safe space. Whatever you need to say, we're going to support you, and we're going to figure out what we need to do to whatever. You got to figure out if you can't understand that your message don't mean shit. The delivery is everything. Comedians aren't saying anything earthly profound, but because of the way they say it, in the context in which they say it, we all laugh because we all get it. We all understand. We're all thinking. We're all on one accord. When someone is victimized, you can't say, I understand, but it's your fault. That's gaslighting the person. And if your intent is for people to not be abused, which he pretends it is, the only way to prevent that is not just by you giving the message harder, is also to make people feel safe enough to come out and talk about it without feeling attacked and being blamed for it. That's the part that
or why put in, I'm sorry, bro.
Go ahead.
Why put in somebody's psyche as an adult? Well, only the first time is his mistake. All the other times is yours. Why would you even put that in somebody's psyche? Because if you would have said something, so now it was in their psyche. Well, yeah, what if I should have said something? But
exactly.
That doesn't excuse that. Instead of saying that man is dead wrong, he should be ostracized and under the jail.
It's insidious to even plant that seed in somebody's head, because you know how people, like you just said, people will start thinking, well, damn, should I have said something? Now you have the victim again, re-victimizing themselves. That is why people have to heal, because of that. That's the point. I don't give a damn how you think, how important it is to deliver the message the way that you delivered it. The point is, if you're really trying to help somebody, sir, you are failing miserably, because there is not one victim that would feel comfortable or safe enough to come to you and tell you that they were abused based on the things that you say. I have kids, I have adults that come to me and talk to me about these things regularly. You're not accomplishing what you pretend to be trying to accomplish, which is helping people. You want to antagonize people. You want to trigger people.
Women, victims, because it was guys.
And you gaslight them when they hit you with a point that you really can't answer without sounding ridiculous. I absolutely 100% support the victims. But if you say something the first time, it won't happen again. I just forgot what you said the first time.
And then what proves not his point, what proves not his point. Why, if saying something the first time will stop the issue, then why you gotta keep saying it over and over? You could have just said it the first time. So obviously, if you just said it the first time and it didn't stop because you had to keep saying it over and over and over and over and over, so obviously we didn't get your message. And that's the same thing like an abuser. Even though you can say something, that doesn't mean it's going to stop them.
Exactly, because we've asked white people to stop abusing us and enslaving us for a long time. Why?
Exactly.
Why didn't we just stop it the first time? It's our fault because we didn't stop it the very first time. How ridiculous this sounds when you apply it to anything else except your warped wannabe. See, that's the ultimate in gaslighting. He knows that he doesn't have a valid point, but he'll sit over here and argue with it until he piss y'all off because it doesn't make sense. You're gonna get pissed off because you're normal. You're gonna go, wait a minute, that makes no sense, dude. What are you talking about? And then he'll double talk and he'll go spin the block and come back and where's the pictures? Where's the fingerprints? Where's the, all this ridiculous shit. But this is what we come down to. We got to stop talking to these people. Let them have their opinion. It's okay, because it might help somebody who listen to that and go, just like Nene did. They said, you know what? I ain't gonna talk to him, but now I know I can go to my parents because they not like that. I thought I couldn't talk to my parents. I was scared, but they not like this dude. I'm finna go talk to my mom or I'm finna talk to my dad. That may have been the result. So unintentionally, he may have helped somebody, but his whole intention is to harm as many women emotionally and psychologically as he can. That's just my opinion. I don't know you, DOD, but if you dispute that, come back. Let's have a gentleman's conversation. No, I take that back. I can't go back on what I said.
I was just about to say that.
Dude,
I was just about to say that's where you're going wrong. You couldn't have brought this mess
I
back
must
up
have stepped away for a
dude,
second.
the lost cause.
I must
I
have
told
stepped
y'all I've been
away.
smoking. My bad. Forget last thing I just said. Erase that from the record, Your
Now
Honor.
you see how easy it is to get swept up listening to this
I
bullshit.
must have stepped away for a second. But just like, but even Blair said, by his own logic, him repeating himself proves it doesn't work. you know, and you got again, obviously it didn't go away now, did it? It didn't go away.
Our chat is so smart, but a lot of times also we can understand people get emotionally involved because some people got upset, like, she'll just let him talk to. But since, like Nene said, since we've come back and we revisited the same situation with
I'm gonna revisit it. You
from
know
a
that.
different, but from a different perspective, without that negative energy, we actually, this is a beautiful conversation. This is actually constructive. This is actually helpful to somebody. You can't tell me out of all of them Bush babies, hey Bush babies, I forgot to shout y'all out because we know it be a lot of y'all. We see
hit that like it like.
And
Yeah.
shout out to the replay gang.
But yeah, it's like it helped. You can't tell me this conversation didn't help at least one person. You can't tell me at least one person didn't see and listen to this dude and say, man, he sounds just like my dude. Wow, this dude had been playing mind games on me the whole time. Now they remembering some Suge said. They're remembering how Nene broke him down.
All
Like
they
the
probably
DNA.
trying to say is what makes them like they said, make me not to talk. Cause see, you let me know you sort of kind of know the law. So without evidence, and you
Nene
know it
broke
ain't no
him down.
damn evidence.
Nene broke him down.
Yeah, but you don't know. You said that part. She didn't. Then they gonna
No,
break
but I'm
it
just
right
saying
down
she didn't
to
get
it.
excited. She just said the way she
Cause he
articulated
thought
it
we
to
was
him,
triggered. We wasn't.
that
That's
triggered
the
him.
problem.
The way Nene responded and the way you responded to that was triggering him. That's why he kept going. He was doubling it.
I couldn't say nothing.
He got to doubling down
Y'all
because
right. Y'all right. I would
yeah.
never go against nobody when they right. Y'all know
And then
me
he
already.
said, y'all made some great points, but wait a minute. No, leave it right there. Y'all made some great points. I'm gonna go back and think about that and ponder those things. Cause I didn't leave it at that. See, that's what men do. These dudes, I don't care how aggressive they are, I don't care how big they are, I don't care how many fights they've been. That doesn't make him alpha and that doesn't make him a man. He's just male. It's a lot of these dudes that are running around amongst a few dudes like me and some other guys that's out here that's really we're not trying to paint no picture like we special or we these, but I'm just saying I separate myself from dudes like that. I don't be around men like that because I can't afford to have men who think like that around me because what I'm trying to do, that's the total antithesis of what I'm trying to do. That's working against how I'm trying to move. The things that I do, I work with kids. I work with women. I help women get housing from domestic violence situations. So I have to stand on my square. I can be fair. I can tell them the same thing. Listen, he's going to call you. He going to love bomb you. But if you go back, I can tell you statistically, 3 out of 50 times, it goes
this
back.
girl
Yeah.
saying the real reason why he settled. But before we do that, let's see. I didn't check out DOD's page in a while, and that was my brother, man. I'm like, whoa. I was totally shocked. I was so thrown off. But you know. No, because I knew him like since day one, you know.
Yeah, well, people's opinion change. You never know what people's influences are. But you know, that's why you have to really know people. When you're around people, when you're involving yourself in relationships with people, you have to know things like this. You have to know how they really think about important things. Because your kids are around them, your family members, you're around them. These things affect you. These people, you know, like you said, a lot of these dudes' views are dangerous, man. And if you get too many black men thinking like that and riled up and really, it could get really even nastier than it is now. And it's super nasty right now. Look at the dating scene right now. Look at social media. Look at our community. It's, you know, it's dangerous, yo. And I'm glad we talk about it in a way that, because see, somebody can tune in today. Nothing we said sounds crazy. But if you would have listened to him talking yesterday, it sounds that much crazier when you hear rational conversation against that. You can't change that. all you can do is counter that narrative. But it's not even, you know, sometimes you might be in the same space like you was. He came on the platform. Y'all had, you know, you knew him. Y'all was cool. So you let him, you had no idea. He came out of left field. But it is what it is.
You know, a lot of times, but I do know that he did lean towards that manosphere stuff. But wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, listening back to it is and I get a whole different perspective even from yesterday. So I am glad that we did this.
Right.
Because you know it's gonna come back and redo. You should have known that. That's why I give people the space to talk. See, now y'all see why I do what I do, because you got for us to do commentary, we need for them to speak. Right? So we always come back. Just like we have to let them speak. Because we do commentary.
Yeah,
right?
and I mean
We
it's better to know.
Then you can't do commentary on it, right? Now you got the right to speak something when you want to say it. Because girl, when you caught on to what he was about, and we're gonna hear it in a couple of seconds. When you said this damn near the same thing Kev said, I'm like, okay, she got it. But then look at all this info we got out of it. Hopefully, like whoever watched the replay or whatever, if you're going through something, like I said, if you're going through something, if you're not ready, you're not ready. When you're ready, find the right person to talk to. If that is the person who has wisdom, to have wisdom, you have to have knowledge and understanding. If they don't have no understanding, then you have to watch who you talk to. Stop jumping on these panels with these men trying to tell them your story so they can feel sorry for you. They do not. They have an agenda. I've seen it too many times. These women is going into these manosphere trying to sit up there and air out something just to see if they can get some emotions out of these men. And it's not going to happen. They don't like you. They only like you if you're on your knees. They don't want you mopping. They want you on your knees, scrubbing the floors. They want you using the toothbrush to scrub the toilet bowl. This is what they want. And these are the men that don't even have nothing for you. It's a shame. So many men. And that's even to the women. Like, how you helping women, mammies, when your audience are men? So if your audience is men, how are you helping women? You getting paid lovely for talking about women. Yes, you are. But they're not getting the message. Your audience is not women.
It's the mammy's fear.
So
I love
play a little bit more of this. So I want to get into what Tisa have to say. And this is fair use, fair use, fair use.
Soft way hasn't worked for many people.
Yeah, but the hard way, you'll never get to. Nobody is not even going to even. I wouldn't release nothing. I'll just keep on keeping it to myself.
But it hasn't been released on the soft side either, because you said yourself people took it to the grave. You said people took it to the grave. So it hasn't been spoken that way either.
The thing is, we're going at it over other people's choices. That
different, bro. That's all we
saying.
Everyone is different.
Right. But check this out. But check this out, brother. Everyone is different, but everyone that's on the panel were given a I don't want to say a soft ride with it, but it wasn't presented the way I'm presenting it.
Oh, Bobby,
and everybody that's ever been abused. For you said the majority of people who were abused.
May I say something?
They'll talk and they'll speak to it when they're ready.
Yeah, my girl Bless got mad and she in here. There you go, Bless.
And just brother up here said,
and they will.
That's a fact. And this brother said they have to have their safe space. And this brother said they have to have their safe space. And they have to have their safe space.
You don't have to worry about it. They'll be all right. Hopefully, God's will, they'll be all right. But I'm not soft spoken when I'm speaking to them. We're not gonna be down on here. So that's why we're speaking soft. But
No.
I'm not.
When I
I'm
say soft, I mean the delivery is what I'm saying. When I say
no, but
soft,
how
not soft.
can my delivery be? No, when I'm out there, she'll tell you I'm out there. Yo, talk to me. Can I help you? Let's go
Well,
get
that's
help.
all I've been saying since I've
What
been
do
up
you
here, and
need?
I was told my delivery was wrong.
Because you're saying what they should do, and I'm telling you, they're not going to do it until they're ready. And you getting mad, or not like you
I'm
getting
not
mad.
mad.
Right, that's I mean,
See,
you're not
see,
getting
see, there
mad,
you
but
go.
you're
You're assuming I'm mad. I'm not mad. I'm trying to get people.
Have a little bit more understanding, I guess, because I've heard so many stories and talked to so many women. And for the lady on the stage, I'm sorry if someone called you weak, because at one point I was abused by 3 different people in my lifetime. And now I'm at the age, and because I've been on my spiritual journey for 30 years, where there is no pain or no hurt, and you will get there. You're trusting in the Most High. You're trusting in the Most High Creator. And as long as you believe in the light, and you're not running to the bottle, and you're not running to pills, and you're not running to a man to comfort you, you're looking to the light of God, the spiritual light. You can talk to your angels and cry and say, help me out. That's how I got through a lot. I lost my mother. I lost my father. Everyone has a story. But if you go to something higher than you, then someone else's opinion won't matter or hurt you. Let yourself feel this pain, because you're healing that wounded child that's in you that was hurt. Not the age you're at now. So if someone strikes out and says you sound weak, say, yes, my inner child is healing. You don't even
y'all, as in all of us.
Right. And so God, so if you believe in God the Father, know that you're his child and he has you. And the more you cry out to him, the more he will heal your pain. And that's what I want to tell you, because he who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. This is an evil time we're living in. So if you trust in God, trust me, he will never leave you. He continuously heal you. And I will pray. I don't know your first name, but I'm going to go by Nene. And you will be in my prayers. You will be in my prayers. So the sister Michelle, I think at some point she was hurt and she hasn't released that hurt yet. So hurt people hurt other people, or they strike out in a way that they don't know it's hurtful. So Sister Michelle, I will pray for her too, because I don't think she's directing that at you, Sister Nay. I think she just at some point is hurt and she needs to be heard. So I just want to say that. I want to say thank you, Shug, for letting me speak, and to the brother on the panel. Yeah, and for the brother on the panel, his delivery might be harsh, but he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the scope of abuse and how many different scenarios and situations. It's not as easy as just telling.
I do understand.
Thank you, Blessed. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming up. Yeah, thank you for coming up. But yeah, I do understand.
People have to understand. Like for me, I deal with each person individually. There's no one.
When it happened, the
That
very
part is
first.
already.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Deanna.
Hey.
First of all, because if there's no understanding there, then there's no knowledge of.
Somebody argue. Take it to the police. Don't sit around and think about, oh, I'm scared.
To have wisdom, you gotta have what? Come on, blessed forever. To have wisdom, you gotta have what? What comes after wisdom? I'm helping you out. Knowledge. What come after knowledge? Understanding. Right? So you can't be a wise person, unless you have understanding. Right? So we're not giving no understanding here. Right? We have to have some type of understanding. And so we can't have the wisdom. That's right. No, I got the verse for you. Is knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Right? Them 3 have to go together. They got to go together. Right? So that's why you got to be very careful of people when you speak to them, because if there's no understanding there, then there's no knowledge of it. So you can't have wisdom of it, because they go together. Right? So we got to be very, very careful. Like I said,
have
like I said,
feelings.
I totally agree because I don't like to see other people get used and abused. I would never not say that that's an incorrect statement. But I do know from all the times I felt like that, I had to now deal with people to realize it's not like that. I'm the first one, baby. People they know. Don't bring the woman around me. I tell the women, leave that. I'm be my job because I have to make sure.
Demands on people, throughout this scripture, throughout this conversation, the scripture that's been screaming out in my head is, with loving kindness have I drawn thee. With loving kindness. Sometimes we do tend to think it's our job and our responsibility to give folks tough love and come off like you say, oh, I can't come off weak and be all soft. you know you got to be careful to not put demands on people that even our creator doesn't put on us. It is not my to be more direct, it is not my job. I've not been commissioned to interact with folks who have gone through various forms of abuse and then give them hard delivery. That's just more of the same of what they're used to. And maybe that will
And
speak
then,
to
and
some.
then, and then, us as elders, like I said, I do things differently. Like even with kids who don't get abused, right? I speak upon it with them, and I help them learn exit strategies. See, that's
Yeah. You wouldn't want me to.
come on,
And the
do it.
people won't want me to.
No, come on. What happened? What do you say, DOD?
I said it needs to be cut and dry. That's the thing we're not
It's
getting through
not.
to people. It
You're not,
needs to be cut and
and
dry.
you're not,
If
and
you're
you're not.
getting abused, get out. Cut and dry.
That,
Get out.
no, that's never gonna be cut and dry. Matter of fact, come do my job for a little bit. Come on over. Come do my job for a little bit. And tell me how cut and dry it is.
You wouldn't want me to do your job. You wouldn't want me to.
Come on,
And
do it.
those people won't want me to.
No, come on.
Because it's not going to be no, oh, you know what? Just come over and sit down and talk. And what you do? No, it's not going to be none of that.
I get all the information like that because I know the dudes I deal with. These are street dudes, right? These are gang members and stuff. I can't come to them. I can't come to them the same way somebody in the street gonna come to them.
I'm not talking about street dudes.
No, but I'm saying it happens to them too.
Right, but I'm not talking about street dudes.
So you is not walking up to none of them coming in that way unless you now. You heard him say, I'm not talking about street dudes. I thought we were talking about if anybody, something happens to anybody, right. What happened to go, but I'm not speaking to street dudes though. Cause like I said, people no, you ain't gonna do all that to them young boys out. It's not going down like that. You is not coming to them with no aggression. Cause a lot of them don't have no respect for authority anyway, cause their father not there. So no, you are not going up there talking about you gonna be soft, brother.
Hey, can I take
you a man? How you go to them boys? Let me know.
I don't go to them aggressive. These are the boys that I mentor. Check this out. I'm gonna tell you.
Let me say the question better. The ones that you have not developed a relationship yet, and the ones who don't trust you yet. So you're just meeting them and you're seeing them. Okay, now go.
It's just like if I were to address a grown man that I didn't know. You have to always understand that he's talking about delivery and how y'all are making a big deal about his delivery. When a man addresses another man, your first thought is your delivery, because if that situation goes left, there is always the potential for physical violence. So don't act like you're going to go to a man or you're going to go to a young man that you don't know and you're going to talk to him aggressively and tell him about something should be cut and dry. first of all, they're not going to hear you, and two, you're not going to speak to them like that, because that's why you differentiated street dudes, because
That's why I brought it up. And look how quick, not street dudes. You
yeah,
understand?
you're not going to be cut and dry. You're not going to tell a dude, hey, move, or either something finna happen. You're not going to be cut and dry like that. Let's stop playing. We're not going to do that. So why would we do that to children and women who have, by your own admission, been victimized? We can't tell them you're a victim and this is how you should handle your victimization. You should be able to, 5 minutes later, call the police, tell somebody, do this, make a statement, produce pictures, produce evidence. That sounds crazy. And that's why you have to understand, anything that you claim that you're trying to do in a positive manner, you failing miserably, because you're not going to reach anybody. There's nobody that's a victim that would trust you.
This is Gary. Gary,
What's
where
up?
you been?
What's up, G Hawkins? What's up, baby?
Holy
How you doing?
snap. What's
Chilling.
up, Gary? Oh
Hey,
my goodness, I feel so bad. I spoke to him. He been missing. He been out of action for so long. I'm sorry. What's up, bro? Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, but he has what I call passive aggression. To a room full of men, that dude is no threat to anybody. He doesn't even sound aggressive to me. But now, if you're speaking to women or about women and children about being victimized, you sound very aggressive and you sound very dangerous. But if you're in a room full of men, you wouldn't intimidate nobody. You wouldn't get no point across.
He's probably quiet in the mouth.
Somebody will say, hey, dog, shut the fuck up, man. And look at him in a certain way. That's how, because what he's saying, like we have different conversations. Men have different conversations. You can sit here. I guarantee you, if he was in a room full of men who had daughters, there's no way he would tell a room full of men, man, y'all bringing that shit too soft. If y'all daughters was abused, it's their fault. Because if they didn't tell the first time, hey, he's not going to tell a room full of men with daughters no shit like that. I promise you he wouldn't do that. Because men who have daughters don't think like dudes like he think. You don't care when your daughter told you. You're just happy that you found out, unfortunately, if something that horrible happened to your child. You would be happy in the fact that now you do know. You're not going to say, hey, why you didn't, how many times it had? Why you ain't tell me the first time? Did you like it after that? There's no, if he was in a room full of men who had daughters, there's no way his conversation would be this way. Just know that. You have to understand the source of where things are coming from. You can't listen to dudes like this. He's not representative of what a man is. Now, that's not to say he's not representative of the views of a lot of males today. You have to be able to discern which is which, and don't entertain them, because that's what they thrive off of. They don't care about you. They don't care about your well-being. They don't care about your children. A lot of them don't even care about their own. A lot of them don't have a woman. I can tell you that I've made at least one woman happy for 23 years. So I think I know a little something. Tell me what your qualifications to speak about women, and I've been mentoring for 31 years. Tell me what are your qualifications to tell a woman or a child that's been abused how they should handle that. You got a God complex, bro. Who are you to give somebody tough love? You're part of who you are supposedly as a man. If you believe what you say you believe, then part of your job, your duty, your obligation is protection. It's not to question. Whatever somebody went through, that's between them and what they believe in and how they choose to handle that. I'm not going to question that. My only obligation is, you went through this. I have resources. I have finances that can help you. How do you need my assistance so that you can get on your feet and get away from that situation? Not, why have you been in that situation so long? Why do you this? What those things are that, we got to differentiate in what we're trying to accomplish. You're not trying to accomplish anything, in my opinion. Because by the end of this conversation, you're still saying the same thing, and you still haven't acknowledged that you can learn some things from what was said to you. And you can you can soften and change your point of view and still in principle stand on what you say. We're not disagreeing that it's a good thing that you report abuse. We're saying to you, that's where the line is drawn. You can't then say you should have done this, especially even if you were a victim of that yourself. Your journey is going to be different from the next person who experienced abuse. Let's not get into trying to tell people how and when they should have got out and stopped it. And if they had, that's defeating the point. Let's deal with the fact that why are so many men in our community predatory towards our women and our children? That's the conversation we don't want to have. I do, because I'm a man. So everything that males do, I'm looked at for. I'm looked at as a predator by most women, black, white, and young. Because why? Because a lot of males in this society nowadays have adopted a point of view similar to this brothers. And so now they look at all of us as a potential assailant. They look at us as we might hurt them. We might take something from them. That's why I address it, because it directly affects me. If it's something about somebody else, I give commentary on it or whatever, but I'm not personally involved. But because I work with children and I have been doing so for 3 decades, and because I have women that I love, I speak about these type of things. And when I hear that type of rhetoric, it's dangerous, because I'm around those kind of guys and I hear that kind of rhetoric all the time, because guys will speak more freely around other men. But again, the men that I'm around, they'll say, hey, whoa, hold on, brother. Hold on. They'll check that. The men that I'm around now, a lot of dudes won't. They'll just sit there, and not only will they not check it, they'll co-sign it. And so if that man is abusing his woman, he's got another guy in his ear saying, yeah, man, if she don't keep her mouth shut, man, know her place, bro. You supposed to. She trying to act masculine. You better put her in her place. And so now you got, and then that's a domino effect. And then they teaching the youngins coming up under us, and they seeing it because they growing up in these households where their mothers are involved with these type of men. That's why I speak about it, because I end up mentoring those kids that are affected by that shit.
Oh no, but not the street kids. Not the street kids though, Cat. I'm like, I didn't even catch that the first time. See, this is why you gotta watch stuff over. I don't think I got to the exit plan yet. I think the exit plan is coming. Cause I always say something for the end, right? When people think they like pow me, I say a little pow for the end, right? Cat be cracking up when I do that. Where'd Cap go? And put the thing back in there. I think his battery or something went. I'm gonna put the thing so he ain't gotta find it. You are to hear some of the stories the Black females veterans. Ooh, Lordy, I have heard some, Gary. I've heard some, my brother. I have, but I can just. I don't want to imagine. I don't want to imagine. And like I said, I am not anti-man. And any man that is a real man, we are all for you. If you're not, your ass is ours. Because your behind belong to us. So if I'm going off on men, yes, I am, but not the real men. I'm talking about them, the wanksters, right? The one to say, oh no, not the street boy. Why not them? That's why they terrorizing everything. Them the ones that's terrorizing everything because of their abuse. That's why they end up street boys. They didn't go on the street because they had a loving house or nothing didn't happen to them. That's how they became street boys. So why you don't take that same energy and give it to, that's why I say, well, come do my, if you think everything that you're saying is so true, then come by my way. Matter of fact, go by Kevin way. We got places you could go straight to where the kids is at.
I'll be outside with them
and see which way work.
I'll be outside with them, and I bet you I got a group of young men that will move with me in a positive way that you've probably never even seen. And then they'll show you, as young men, they'll show you how they've been shown how to treat women.
But in the
how they move when they're out in public around women. And
in the beginning, that tough love ain't working. In the beginning, tough love ain't working. You don't know these people.
They don't listen, right? That tough, that don't mean shit. You gonna
Not
turn
in the
off.
beginning.
You gonna turn off anything they might have been listening to. They gonna first of all, they gonna say, "Nigga, who is you? Well, you better get who is this nigga? Get this, but bro, you better get out my face, bro." That's the first thing they gonna say to him. I don't care what he talking about. That's the first thing they gonna say to him.
I know that for a fact. That some of these kids, and I'm the shortest one.
That's the
I have to get
14-year-old.
relationships. You got to build relationships with these kids for you to even come out your mouth to them. And some of them still.
And you know what it takes for them? That I learned most of the time, even after you build that, like you said, still, even after you build that first initial rapport, you have to show them. They have to be able to look and see that you doing something. Like they'll look and say, they'll come up to me, "Hey, Mr. Kevin, I be seeing you come pick Derek up. He said y'all be going to hoop." I said, "Yeah, what's up? You play basketball?" He's like, "Yeah, can I go with y'all?" "For sure." Now
you just don't, I'm
you
saying,
don't just, "Hey,
y'all better do this. And
your mama told me you acting up in
like,
school, bro. You know, blah, blah, blah." You can't come to them like that. They have to know that you really, really care on a different level, not because that's your job. You know, they know, them kids know I don't get paid. Our center is a non-profit.
Exactly.
So we break it down. I tell them all the time, like, or just like when we doing something around the center. And I'm like, listen, I know y'all don't want to be in here like sweeping and like learning how to sand and learning how to hang drywall, but we don't have enough funding. So if we don't build this center up, we're not gonna have it. And this is for y'all. I don't come down here to play video games. I don't come down here and shoot pool. I didn't buy a boxing ring for me. That boxing ring is here. So when you see, oh, go ahead, Sugar. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Even if they're not in the program, just entirely, you don't go up to people in the street and want to help them and come at them that direction, period.
Right.
Even if on this internet, it didn't work with us. So we're telling you, the purpose of talking to somebody is to communicate, right? That means I understand what you're saying. You're understanding what I'm saying, right? So if your approach worked, why we ain't get it? So we ain't get it. Who's supposed to get it? Like who are you
speaking to?
Exactly. I think I said that. Who are you talking to?
Because you're not reaching anybody.
Yeah, exactly. So they used to this type of approach. Ninja, that's how you're supposed to talk to people, period. Because at the end of the day, if you say it in an aggressive way or not aggressive way, people are going to still do what they want to do anyway. We got a lot of kids we don't spoke to nice and rough and tough. They still in jail, though. They still could not stop their behavior. You're like, so they're going to do what they want to do anyway. Some is going to listen. Some is not going to listen. You cannot rough up anybody. How many behind whippings did we get? If what our parents beat us that one time, we should never have got a second beating. If we got back in the days.
And you know what else
we should never got a second. That first one, we should never did nothing bad again ever because we knew we were going to get a beating. How many beatings people got? They can't even count.
Right. And what he contradicts his own train of thought, because if you saying, well, we need to be harder with our delivery, and that's the problem. But if you admit also that y'all made a point, then that means there's a counterbalance to things. So you just proved yourself wrong, because if we got ass whoopings and we got put on punishment and we got sent to juvenile and some people still went to jail or still got on drugs, then you have to admit that then sometimes maybe a softer approach works as opposed to a hard approach. So now so that contradicts the basis of what you said. Oh, we have to be harder. That's the reason abuse is going on. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not.
Then you put it on the victim instead of the abuser.
Yeah.
You're putting them on the victim. The victim is the one that's doing the abuse. I cannot.
You're not even talking about the abusers.
Exactly. I cannot sit up there and talk to these abusers. You want to talk to the victims, but people, you know why you ain't gonna talk to the abusers? Because that's your homeboy.
Yeah. Well,
that's your cousin.
Exactly.
That's your son.
But you notice the whole time he never addressed.
Not him in particular, but I'm just saying.
No, he never addressed when you brought up the age difference between Diddy and her when she was a teenager. He blew right past that. He
And he
never
said
went
for the
back.
end.
He
How you
ne-
want to vet somebody for the end? Like you know what the end
right.
is. Like
See, he didn't
right?
have
How
no
do you do that?
he didn't have no harsh criticism for Puffy. Like, you need to mess with grown women. You need to stop putting yourself in. Only thing he said to him is, hey, bro, you need to pick your victims better.
Yeah,
That's what he said when he talking about you need to vet
well, how
better.
much
You need to
younger
pick
you
your
want it?
victims better.
I said she was only 19. She was still a baby. Well, I mean, for the end. How do you do that? Like people could be together. They've been together. She was 19, so she was 29. So you think she got the same mind state? So you predicting how to vet somebody for until you break up? I don't know how that goes. Can't that be done?
Yeah.
Like I can't. Once it's over, you're gonna
And he
predict what
said,
they gonna say too.
and what he's saying is, she planned in her mind at 17 years old that I'm going to entrap this man into a decade-long relationship so that I can extort him for money. At 17 years old, that was the plan. And that's his hey,
exactly,
listen,
bro.
you gotta talk about it to understand the craziness in it. That's why I love breaking this shit down.
Oh man, I'm telling you, man. Let me let this carry on because I want to show that other one of what the girl got to say. And then Wale said that he was the one that Puffy put over the banister, hung over the banister.
Wait a minute, who over the banister?
Wale.
That's who? He won.
More stories is coming out. We told him from the beginning. This is the tip of the iceberg. He thought we was joking.
Oh, Wale hung Diddy over the banister.
You know how when they said want you to sign something and stuff, like how they did on the 5 Heartbeats?
Oh, okay.
That type of hung. Yeah, that type of hung in
Okay.
the banister. Wale coming out now too.
Okay. He
Kid
telling his
Cudi
big
came
red
out.
story.
I guess Kid Cudi lying now. Wale lying.
Mm-hmm.
The same way.
I knew they had got Kid Cudi.
The same way Biggie allegedly went to heaven with no money, right?
Remember Kid Cudi did that Saturday Night Live with that dress on? I knew at that point, that's when he had that mental breakdown. That's when him and Kanye, you got to understand what it is, man. These people, if you listen to the wrong people telling you crazy shit and you fall into it, it's going to mess you up even more than you already are. Can't listen to people like that. That's crazy. But anyway.
Somebody don't have no understanding. That means they don't have no wisdom, no knowledge. They just blah, 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 blah. But let's go. We almost finished.
Why?
Okay,
why not?
Because again, they are aggressive.
So you mean to tell me you can't tell these people the truth because you're worried about a fight? How are you helping them?
Now, where they at?
By being there for them.
Where they at? Again, each child is different. Each person is different. I'm gonna get some information from you. Some people do need it to whereas that you listen now, but again, I cannot.
A family member that's not even in that state that'll take care of them and don't get abused.
That they still could be abused,
and you open up the fact that they may not be. I know where they are. I know where they are being abused at. We know where they are being abused at because we're removing them from the abuse. So we know where they are being abused at.
Like I said, victims, whatever you ready to tell the story, you tell your story, right? And hopefully people can sense it and they can bring it up out of you. I don't know. All I do know it's a lot of pain. Like I said, I've seen it happen to men. And the men is really the ones that really breaks my heart.
Martin Jackson has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Jackson. He said, how is it a little kid going to leave? What if the abuser is daddy
but I'm not going back
or mom? DOD.
Regardless if it's your parents, your uncles, your grandfather, your cousin, it doesn't matter. You have to. Okay, go ahead.
So again, we still see this as victim shaming. I would have seen.
How am I victim shaming if a child is being abused, teach the child to
So
speak
why
up
nobody?
so that the child can get help.
Okay.
Have the child speak up to someone that they can trust, even if they have to go to a teacher, even if they have to go to call the police themselves
That's
to
when
have
they
the police
ready.
come out
That's
and
when they
report
ready.
it.
No, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Like I said, I hope I personally, like I said, when I'm speaking to them, I am definitely speaking like DOB. This is before they happen. I let them know, listen, little girl, blah, 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 blah. But I also understand that they're not going to be fully comfortable doing none of that unless they have an exit strategy. So even if you're going to take them out the foster care, then the exit strategy will be, well, let me see who is living life where I can send that child to where I know that child is safe. Once they
And
take
that's what
that
I
care from you,
said.
you do
I
not
said
know.
that.
That's if you can, but that's an exit strategy. You just just remove the kid out the house to save their life when the foster
Right,
parents
but
might
that's
be
what I
best of
said.
friends. A lot of times, these foster parents, a lot of times they want to pick foster parents that's married, and then that man turns around and do it to the kid. We want to make sure they never go through it again. So about how many times they're gonna be running
I
again?
totally agree.
All I can
I
say
totally agree
is,
with you.
all I can say is, far as because we're gonna go because we gotta go to work tomorrow. Tomorrow Saturday, we're gonna be here all day. A coffee, Indiana. Get ready for work, right? Triggered, and then that's when they got their memory of what happened to them. Apple, what I say to people.
Oh,
How
they
I
go. The
go
girl
at
comes up.
people.
The girl comes up now.
I think I
ever went to there or if you still go. I'm not talking about you personally, but a lot of times we don't have anybody. Really,
now
we just
remember this the same lady. Hopefully she come back who said we was weak and all that other stuff. Remember their name? This the same Michelle. Now totally different. But let's go.
have each other and we have our faith in God. And that's all I'm coming from. But I don't tell anybody anything I haven't done, but it's only for what I would do. What I do, I mean, like when I say I'd get out, that's what I do. When I'm in a traumatic situation, I leave, I tie it down, I'm responsible, but I wait for God to meet me. And everybody doesn't go through the world like everybody's life hasn't been like that. They have more stability. I haven't had that. I had to move at least 14 times throughout my life, and I'm 60 years old. I've never had that stability and a place to live and
Thank you.
career. So I can't, it's hard to like feel, I mean, I have to, the world I take, like when the guy was just saying what to do, I understood, of course he didn't mean just get out without a plan, but sometimes if you say you trust, and I know this is not church, but if you trust God, like for me, I've just had to leave sometime and just wait on the Lord to meet me, and God will meet you. He'll send angels. Like Sugar, you sound like an angel. I mean, angels work through people. Angel of light, of goodness, good light, or light in a dark situation. You bring light to it. But God will so God has sent me people like that to meet me. But I had to see, but everybody back not against the wall. Everybody doesn't have those type of issues in life. A lot of people just don't. So they won't understand the level of they won't understand like a person that, it sometimes it can be offensive, but it's not to people that I just call myself I'm a different type of Christian. And that's it. I leave it there. But I mean, I don't expect the world to live by my standards because obviously they don't.
Well, obviously, now, when people speak, and I do give them their respect, and I gave it to her. But obviously, how many times she said she ran? 16 times? How many times she had to run? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Shug.
I hear you, Shug.
I thought I was on mute. How many times she said she had to run?
Quite a few times.
About 16 times, right?
Yeah.
It's past 5, past 10, past 15, right?
That's right.
So she didn't vet for 15 times?
That's a fact.
She didn't vet?
She didn't vet.
Now the first time, okay, but after that, you ain't vet 50.
She didn't vet.
So obviously, God, if you gonna speak upon God, He can't bring you back there because you ain't learned the lesson, right?
That's what it sounded like to me.
So before you go speaking about again, I let her speak. I said I'm not gonna crush her, right? Because she like to be speak too direct, and so her attitude changed now that she's on this panel. But now I'm doing commentary. Now, what if I would have said, "Well, damn, you ran 15 times. You didn't. What, didn't God tell you He showed you the first time? You kept finding the same man 15 more times,
Right.
because you said 16. So what happened the other 15 times? At that point, that's not God.
That's a fact. That's you, sis.
You didn't learn your lesson, so you kept running back. God, because I done showed it to you. You ran to another one. I done showed it to you. But then you're going to say, I don't expect for people to do. You damn right we're not going to do what you do, because I'm not doing that shit 16 goddamn times, okay?
Talk about it. In a whole while, she somehow.
And she's a different Christian. I don't want to be that Christian either.
Right. I didn't know there was such a thing as, you know.
So I just wanted to make sure I heard straight, because I did not feel like rewinding it. But I heard over 5, over 10, over 15. So the first one is on you. What happened to the vet and leave? And oh no, how girl, you ain't get it the first time. So what if we now would have interned everything that he said and threw it on her? See how that goes?
Interesting. That
Yep, that's how.
How that go?
That's yep.
What if I would have engulfed? Why you didn't go? What you should have 16 police reports. You run it, like you said, and help the next person, right?
Right.
So in return, you let 15 people run free, according to her. You let 15 people run free that was able to hurt other people. You should have 15 police reports at 15 people. But the first one, I'm gonna give you a pass. 15 people should be in jail, according to how you guys are saying it directly.
Right, directly. Don't forget that part. They like to speak so direct.
See, like I said, everything is good until it's on you. Now, what if I would have made her explain all 15 times of her fucking up? Fucking up.
There is no explaining.
But I sat
based
there
on their logic.
because she's telling her story. But I'm saying though, all that I heard that condescending thing where everybody like you got that right. We not like you. Shit. I remember 1 or 2 times, but 16. Hold up now. Now what if I would have took every word he said and threw it right on her? She would have felt the same thing. The same exact thing. Because that old saying, when you dig a hole for somebody else, dig one for yourself. And that's what this manosphere and them is doing. They think they digging holes for these women, but you're digging holes for yourself too. Because after we gone, and the lessons that we're leaving behind to these kids is to destroy each other, hey, that's what we left. That's what we left. This is what we're giving them. To have no love, to blame the women for every damn thing, for you to never grow up, to have excuses for everything, to want a maid, to want all these things, and mad because you're not getting it. Because if you were getting it from these mammies, then you would shut the fuck up. So how is it these mammies are sitting up there caping for you, and you single and the mammy single? How is that possible? How's all of y'all single, but y'all got the same message? Y'all should be together, right? And leave us regular old folks alone. It's plenty of them speaking for y'all men. Go for them. Why you asking for a date? They the perfect woman. They telling us what we need to do. I will always. That's why people say, "Oh, people don't marry for love no more." You better start marrying for love. You better start marrying for love, because baby, that overrides everything. That overrides everything. That makes the house more peaceful when it's about love. If it's about submission in the way he wanted, woman is never going to be. A soul would never be like at ease, because if I'm doing this right, doing that right. If I get this wrong, he's gonna be mad. He's gonna be mad. He's gonna be mad. He's gonna be mad. Well, I don't want to get him mad. Nobody should have to fucking live like that. They should not have to live like that.
That's
and
it.
vice versa.
You said it.
And
Shay.
vice versa.
And here's my thing too about what he said. Like, okay, so I don't have the answers to everything, but what I have figured out is how to be happy myself and to also allow somebody else to be themselves to the fullest so that they are also happy and we can be happy together. It seems to me you haven't mastered that yet because you haven't found a woman sufficient enough that will do what you have been explaining. That's why you haven't been with anybody 20 whatever years. I'm just saying, right? You know, it's almost like you're taking advice about relationships from somebody that's been divorced 4 times. Not that they can't give you some useful scenarios and, you know, opinions about things, but again, I'm not gonna go into a marriage seeking advice from a person who's been divorced 4 times. That's what we're doing when we listen to because the representatives who represents men outside of the manosphere. Y'all know about the manosphere, but what about the rest of the dudes who's not in the manosphere? It's not a space for us. We don't have a space. It's just us. You know what I'm saying? We just out there.
There are some men that's coming out now. That's like they got this guy. He's phenomenal, DJ Torch, and he's really been like balanced, and he's really been speaking on how they call these dusties, right? These garbage bags and these dusties and all this other stuff. So you do have men now that are sick of it. They are sick of it.
I know I am.
As they should.
It's too much, man. And to me, they always talking about, you know, women acting masculine. To me, that's well, I don't even want to say it's a female trait, you know, excuse me, YouTube, but this is the way we said it, you know, men that I grew up with. They always talk about feelings. A lot of these males is doing a lot of bitch shit right now. They're trying to sit up and overanalyze women, and it's just like, I don't know, man. It's not that hard to understand. It's not. It's just people want to make it complicated because they want everything to be their way. It's easy enough for me to be who I am and let my wife be who she is without that being a conflict. How is that so hard to figure out? I don't get that. Why are we making this shit so hard? Listening to all these crazy ass people who don't even got the shit that they're talking about, by the way, but they're trying to tell us this is impossible. You're not gonna, you know, you want some strong mind to go get a woman, but you want her to be submissive and you want to have a bunch of babies, and at the same time you want her to jump up,
the bill,
and
pay
pay
half the
basketball
bills
and
at the
pay
same
half the
time.
bills and not wear a wig and not ever be mad and grumpy and not be moody. And it's just, come on, like, what are we talking about? Like, that's why I kind of gave that little anecdote about how me and my wife handle. We kind of laugh at each other because we know at the end of the day, Suge, you've been on the phone when we be off air. I might say, hey, Steve, that's how we'll get our point across. She might tell me stop bothering her. Her way of telling me without being rude, because she loved me and she respect me, not because I got her in check and she's submissive. She'll say to me, just an example, when I'm bothering her and getting on her nerves, she'll say, baby, I don't work here. My shop is over on, and she'll give me the address of her shop. That's her way of saying, I'm at home. Leave me alone. Don't ask me to do shit. And I just start laughing. Now, she got her point across. She knows, because when I laugh, that's acknowledging the fact that I know what she really saying is leave me the fuck alone. I just got home from work too. I know you want to eat, baby, but let me sit down and do what I'm finna do first, and then you know I'm gonna get you together. So that's how that was a potential conflict resolved, because we know how to communicate. Now, I could have came in the house and say, damn, woman, I've been at work all motherfucking day. Why you ain't got some food ready for me? And then her response would have been just matching my energy. Nigga, I just got home from work too. Cook your own. And now, instead of, we learn that everything don't have to be a tug of war. It don't have to be a power struggle. She gonna get what she want. If she, like I said, to my way of saying to her, I might have just been irritated. But we know how to argue without arguing, without being hateful toward each other. And I think the reason that she loved me more than anything else is because when she's going through something or when she dealing with something, she knows that I actually really care. It's not just, I'm just like, okay, shut the fuck up, girl. Stop being so emotional and shit all the time. Women are emotional. I'll ask someone, they'll be crying sometimes, say, why are you crying? I don't know. Now, do I get mad and say, well, then what the fuck you crying for if you don't know why you crying? Or do I say, I know, baby, I understand. Sometimes you just can't even really explain it. Come here. And I just hug her for a minute. It's going to be okay. Whatever it is, I got you. If you need me, let me know. That's it. Then it be something else going on. People have to stop listening to these people trying to tell you to dissect every single thing that a person does. You're going to drive yourself crazy. And that's what we see in these relationships right now. We trying to micromanage each other. I don't need to tell my wife how to be a woman. She got that shit well under control without me saying nothing. Why do I need to tell her how to manage her emotions? When she's getting on my nerves, I got a way of letting her know that she's getting on my nerves without being mean to her. That's why she's been able to tolerate me for 24 years. How many people can say that? It's just, and it's not because I'm no better, I'm perfect. You got to figure it out because it's not that hard. It's not that hard. You're trying to micromanage people too much. I don't care what kind of music my wife likes because when I want to listen to what I want to listen to, I put my Bluetooth in, and her same thing. We have 2 TVs in the house. We're not going to argue about what we watching on YouTube. Well, we don't watch TV. I'm just using that example. She'll go in her little in our little spare room space that she uses as her little chill room, and I'll be in the room on the Xbox. You just figure it out without making it too complicated. I'm not going to sit here and tell her what her issues is and what she need to do. I just know when I come home, the house is clean, the dogs are happy, they're fed. It's usually something for me to eat. If she don't feel like cooking, she like, hey, such and such is in there. I still got something to eat. And I don't make it no more complicated than that. I don't need to try to critique what she did with her day and how come you didn't do this and why ain't this. I don't do it. And I'm cool. We listening to people who really don't know what they're doing. They're not even successful, most of them, at the things that they're trying to give you advice about. People,
then when you come in with like I think you said it in the beginning, when you're already coming in with your set mind, especially with these manosphere people, right? And I have seen women, like I said, time and time again, have the courage, which they don't need that type of courage, but then they go. Have the courage to come up there to try to get them to understand. I'm like, baby, that's the type of courage. Don't keep your courage over there. You don't need courage to go up there with them. They don't care. They really don't care. And you're giving them more stuff to talk about and make it your fault.
Yeah, let's be clear. They don't
be more hurt. Right. You're gonna be
don't-
more hurt. However how you feel now, you're gonna feel worse going up there. Don't do it to yourself.
It's not that they're rude or they're disrespectful. They just don't care. That's what you gotta. They don't care. And as a matter of fact, they get pleasure out of seeing you broken once again. Once you thought you was healed, Miss Independent, you thought you was healed, right? I just said something that made you break down and cry on a live podcast. Miss, I'm so strong. Miss, men intimidated by me. See, that's what women try. This is how they start talking, and women be like, "Damn, did I?" It's all a mind game. When you deal with somebody, if you really it's instinctual. You know, because if I know somebody, you know what people like and what people don't like. Now, this is where the road forks off. I know what you like and I know what you don't like. I might decide that it bothers me that you like this certain thing. So now that's an issue. When in reality, it's not really an issue, but because I have an issue and I want to control you and what you think, now I'm going to make something that's perfectly normal with you. I'm going to make it an issue for me. So now there goes the conflict. And now it's because you're too masculine. You don't want to submit, you this, that. Now I'm gaslighting you. This is what we do over and over. Y'all can't see that. All of these podcasts, all of these people that come on and intentionally try to trigger people and inflame people, they see that they get the most views as far as podcasts and live streams and things like that. Those people who bring that shock value. But look at the damage it's doing. Look how messed up these kids are. Look how easily they'll take a life. Look how easily they'll put any drug known to man in their body. Look how they have no concept of relationships. They call them business arrangements. They call them getting a bag. It's no such thing as a real foundational relationship to where me and you are together, and it's not because we make a good power couple. It makes business sense. Because we love each other and we respect each other and love each other enough that we can still be ourselves and be together without feeling like we giving up nothing, without feeling like somebody's trying to control us. Either one of us. We don't have to talk about, oh, we equal in this. We just are. That's just how we exist in our relationship. Because I have no desire to control my wife. I have enough. It takes enough of my brain power to control my own self and what comes out of my mouth and what I think and how I move and how what I do and what I say affects other people. I'm thinking about those things. I have no time to worry about what kind of shoes my wife got on or how tight her dress is or if she is, got my food on the table. There's so many other things that's going on in life that we don't even talk about those things. We laugh about our dogs. We laugh about the funny stuff that happened during the day because she has her own business. So her customers come in and they always do and say funny stuff. I don't have time to sit around and micromanage this lady's life. And I don't have time to have anybody micromanage mine, but we don't even have to talk about that because that's not normal. When you start having to have those kind of discussions with people, that's one of those red flags. That's one of those flashing red lights. Stop driving past them. Stop ignoring it. Stop. I don't care how many tattoos he got. I don't care how long his dreads is. I don't care, how sexy his smile is to you. If you want to live a certain type of lifestyle with a certain type of person, it's things that come with that. You know what comes with my lifestyle? Homebody, doing family activities, Taco Tuesdays, dogs, grandbabies on the weekends, nieces, nephews throughout the week and on the weekends. And that's what comes with what I signed up for. I'm good with that. I don't even have a desire to control my kids. My kids are all adults. They have children and are married. I don't have it takes too much energy and then your actions are affecting other people. See, what I do don't affect other people like in a negative way. All of the things that I do in my life affect some people in a positive way and myself. I get up and go to work every day, come straight home, don't get in trouble, don't do no crazy stuff. So that has a positive effect on my wife and on my family and on myself, right? I raised good kids, so now they have good kids and they're happy in their lives and they have families. So what I did with them growing up affected them positively. I don't try to micromanage nobody. If we're on these journeys that people claim to be on, we have to master ourselves. We sitting here trying to break another person down when we don't even sufficiently know ourselves.
Now, hold on. Now, Diddy lawyer releases a statement. Just so we are clear, a decision to settle a lawsuit, especially in 2023, is in no way of admission of wrongdoing. Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat out denial of claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Mrs. Ventura the best. Ninja, that's an oxymoron, right? That's an oxymoron. So let's be clear. Ninja, I'm gonna let y'all see that shit. That's an oxymoron in itself. That's an oxymoron, right? You know, I'm not guilty, but I'm so glad we reached the settlement for what? Settlement for what? and biggest making it
DOD, it's okay to question Cassie's motives for taking the settlement, but not Diddy's because he had different reasons. See?
Now look, that's his latest thing. Can y'all see it?
Look at his face. He looks sketchy there.
So just so we're clear, a decision to settle the lawsuit, especially in 2023, is no way of admission of wrongdoing. Then his decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat out denial of the claims. Here comes the oxymoron part. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement. Like, well, which one is it? Right? When you're trying to confuse us people here, and wishes Miss Ventura the best. Ben Bradford. I gotta see what the people said in the comments. Yeah, that's some funny shit, right? That's some funny shit. Not in any way I am guilty, sir, but I just gave her this money because I'm glad she said she wanted it, and I am so glad that I was able
Have you ever been accused of something and it was not true and you felt like you needed to come out and make a statement?
I'm still innocent. So somebody go, they think we're stupid, blah,
Just
blah,
because
blah,
I
blah,
said it
blah.
don't mean I'm admitting that I'm guilty. Of course,
But I'm just so happy. Even though I'm not guilty, I'm so happy to give
I'm
her
so
my
happy
money.
to pay, and I wish her well. No, you don't, because if you wish her well, she wouldn't be suing you.
Oh God, just so we're clear, is the most guilty-ish ever. Baby, you can't get $1 out of me if I'm innocent. Tell it. This sounds more guilty than the payment, okay? Settling may not be a mission of guilt, but settling in less than 24 hours. That's what I was trying to say yesterday, baby. Thank you, Angel, whoever you are. I was trying to say that yesterday. I'm like, this is 24 hours, okay? Less than 24 hours, settlement done. Ninja, you're not going to tell me she in it for the bag. I'd have made her sweat a little bit. That girl ain't even get a chance to get heated to sweat because he was like, here we go. We the people finding he's guilty. Okay? I bet
and then people say they're 1,000% sure that somebody was in a 10-year relationship with them, that everything they say is absolutely not true. Like they have no idea what they're talking about.
He said, you heard him say she made it up and it didn't happen, right?
Yep.
So you just gave $30 million or whatever she settled for because
right.
you're innocent.
Right. And now you got to question why she took a settlement. That's people. Hey man, you got to say it out loud to yourself sometimes to see how ridiculous.
There you go. The lawyer needs to be quiet. I totally agree. Damage is already done. Hello, lawyers, you're gonna just so we are clear. No, we not clear, mofo. We not clear.
Right.
Ain't nobody paying that tab in less than 24 hours. Thank you kindly. Cassie knew the only way to tell her story was to add a layer of protection. Go tell that to DOD, right? Hence, going public and putting everything on paper legally, should she, in the event of gone missing in the process of sharing the truth. See, that's why I said people sit up there and we're in two different worlds, right? Now, people can touch us, right? But if we go far, far away, they can't touch us. But people that got no friends and friends and friends, they can alert every airport that she can go to, right? If she check in, give me a call. They got the power to do that.
And I want to know something else too. If I would have loved to ask DOD. So is all of the male celebrities that talked about Diddy's suspect behavior, is they all trying to get money out of him too? Like 50, who got probably more money than Diddy, or at least
No,
as
not
much
yet.
as
He didn't
Diddy?
get there yet, but he getting there.
Well, yeah,
But
but
baby, when they get on him, woo, when they get on 450, it's
baby, a lot of people has came out over the years consistent. Look at Mark Curry. You gonna try to? A lot of people don't know who Mark Curry is, but he was on that Bad Boy for Life record with. But yeah, it's like Mark Curry don't have no reason to lie. He'll get paid from Bad Boy for the rest of his life. He get writing credits. He was one of the few dudes that actually got his publishing because he was a real street dude, and Puffy couldn't extort him. So all of them hits that you hear that Puffy had, a lot of them was written by G Depp and Mark Curry, and so them dudes are gonna get paid for. Well, Depp is gone, but Mark Curry's gonna get paid for the rest of his life. That's why he can say what he want to say, because Diddy can't do nothing to him. And if Diddy get too far out of line, Mark Curry knows some of the inside secrets that Diddy don't want out. So that's why he don't come out trying to blast Mark Curry. You notice that he don't say his name. He never said, yeah, it's certain people he's not gonna speak about in a negative, light, because he know that they could say certain things that and they got evidence of, and they got, so people gotta realize they gotta think about all these people and who they support and then try to idolize these.
The woman is smart because again, there's no coincidence that Kim Porter passed. You like shit, I got to go.
Kim Porter was getting ready to write a tell-all.
Even if she wasn't or was, the point is she's not here no more. She said shit it ain't. I know how. Remember, she knows how they really talk on the telephone,
right? And
what their real interactions are, what we don't see. She like,
exactly.
I think I better let it go.
That's the stuff. That's the stuff that Cassie know.
Remember, she left right after that. She left right before that, and then she met up with him like, nah, ninja,
Yeah.
Remember, no, they back together. She's like, oh hell no.
Yeah.
She came to have, whatever she had to say to Kim. Maybe, they were friends or whatever, because, her kids was around her for 11 years,
Yeah.
She probably her last respects, and she was like, shit in it. I think I better let him go. Shit,
and we ain't gonna
my ass is dead. So she got out that shit so damn fast.
We ain't gonna talk about how Diddy did I'll Be Sure either concerning Kim, because Diddy been doing a lot of stuff for a long time.
That would be I'll Be Sure's fault though.
I mean, I'll Be Sure. Like,
that would be I'll Be Sure's fault. That's the only time I can't blame Diddy.
Yeah, but then you gotta look at, like I said, even then Diddy had, Diddy was somebody. Al was just,
No. Al was the superstar first. He was the one serving the cups. Remember, he was the intern when Albie was the mega superstar.
Right, I get it. But what I'm saying is, like, Puffy been indoctrinated into that industry even when he was an intern. That's how he knew how to manipulate his way from getting fired as an intern to starting Bad Boy.
Right, but Albie the one was leaving her home and cheating on her and all these other women. So technically, he bagged it up. Don't make it right, don't make it wrong. But he left that door open for Diddy. But again, you got to understand, he is a sex symbol.
But hold on. But listen,
I'll be sure.
This is what I'm saying, though. Okay, so like some people don't know, but for the older heads that know, I'll Be Sure and Kim's son is named Quincy. Named Quincy, right? Okay, so now clearly this is another man's son. This is known. Plus, this is the dude who she was just with prior to being with you. This dude that's really in love with her, who was supposed to get married to her. But when you get with her, you know what the name of Puffy's first one of his restaurants is? Quincy's. He named one after his son Justin too, but he has a restaurant called Quincy's. Now that's one of those backhanded digs at Al B to You get what I'm saying? To name a
But
restaurant after
again,
his son, saying,
that,
"Look what I
yeah, but
can do."
that would be on Albie too, because
I
again,
get it. I'm
even
just trying to
Quincy
paint the
wrote that
picture
letter. Yeah, but yeah,
of
you're right,
the
you're
nigga
right.
Diddy always have been from back in the late 80s. This who this dude been. This how he get down. So when you're now in the 30 something years later still defending when a dude who's constantly getting himself in certain situations, we post it just like, and people want to brush over the whole Shine incident. Your man with you
We talked
holding
about
you,
that yesterday.
your man with you holding you down.
Was
He
it
go to jail and you go scot-free. And you now we talk about all this.
not just Shine either.
I know.
Not the Loon.
Loon the same way, who wrote all of those songs with
And then
Mario Van.
J-Lo ass was getting ready to go too. He
And
he tried to drive J-Lo crazy.
He dipped out his
had
truck.
J-Lo putting on them Timberland boots ready to whip some ass. Yeah, J-Lo was really journey from the hood, fucking with Puff. And she got up out of Dodge real quick.
But you remember, people now back up when he was running around with Jennifer Lopez. Everybody remember the dress and they was gonna get married and all this. You remember he was shitting on Kim because he was with Kim at the time. They had just had the kid, the twins.
No. That's the other baby mother.
Oh, that's the other one. Well, whatever one she got with him.
Time. That's not J-Lo time.
Yeah, remember he was because they went out publicly.
He was bumping everybody.
Right,
J-Lo,
but he was with Kim. He's supposed to have been with Kim at that time.
Now I don't know if Justin, not Justin, if what the hell is his boy name? Whatever
Quincy.
his name is, not Quincy.
Justin, Christian.
I don't know if Christian was born yet or not, but Evil Who.
Yeah, I think she had just had it. Even though we know how it get out. And then
Evil Who, he had her following. J-Lo was following his ass to them damn hotel rooms and shit, ready to beat bitches' asses. The girl said she had to put on Tim's.
Hey man.
The girl said she had to put on Tim's.
Talk to Jodeci.
The last straw. I said that too.
See what Jodeci had to say about this.
I said that too.
Talk to Mary. See what Mary have to say about
never,
Diddy.
ever.
And he ain't gonna say nothing to Mary or Misa. That's why he didn't say nothing. He didn't want nobody to know.
And Misa was underage.
And that's why he didn't want nobody to know for a long time that Misa was his baby mama. And he didn't want nobody to know that the famous Alpo, when he got out of jail, the rat Alpo, he was living and had been dating Misa before he got out of prison. But that's who he was living with when he
supposed to have been his godfather or something, because he's the role with his dad.
Yeah. And see, he don't want y'all to know certain things like that. So like people, like I said, they jump out here idolizing these people who, listen, man, you a grown man. You shouldn't be that invested in Diddy.
But it's not the Diddy thing. It's the woman thing. It's let me smurge on the women. So they keep giving these men passes. But at the end of the day, when it hits home, they're gonna it's all gonna be different when shit hits home. Like I
ain't gonna want to give no benefit of the doubt to the man who are your daughter. Or your wife. You ain't gonna give no man the benefit of doubt in that case. So I don't be going to do that. Are you
gonna do a video saying how much is her fault?
Exactly.
But people keep acting like it. No, baby. Ain't nobody never thought it could be them. And it happened to them.
The lady whose son ended up murking the dude who punched his mama in the restaurant, and people was telling, well, what was she doing out in the restaurant? My mama wouldn't be out in no restaurant that time of night to even be in that position. Do you see, boy? That's why it's just like we say some of the craziest.
See, this is why us women, again, we done with. That's why you heard me. That's why every time he made a comment, if you notice, I spoke directly to the people. Right? He'll make a comment say, and I'm saying to you, this is why. So I instead of going back and forth, I spoke directly to the people. That's my message. Hey, Tay Eats, what's up, baby? I brought it straight to the people. If you could get in contact with the word, please tell him to come up here for a couple of seconds. Right, but that's why I kept directing it back to the because my message got to be done. But we're gonna get into a little bit. This is Tish, girl. This is what is that? Fair use, fair use. But I still like her. Please check her out. Tissa Tales, baby, because she be getting it. She be getting the news, baby. She be getting the news. Let's go.
Criminal charges. Because if you guys don't know, Cassie filed a civil case. I know Jason Lee jumped in, right? He is literally for sale. If anybody has like run over kittens, please call Jason Lee. He will literally try to rehab your PR. Jason Lee did this post where this is what actually got me going, okay? Jason Lee, just follow me on this. It's all going to connect, but you need to know this. So Jason Lee sent this post that said, everybody who's been a jury.
Guys, do your daughter a favor this year by getting her a unique gift that she'll treasure forever. It says, to my
in court, a public opinion can shut the H up. I've been blank. And there ain't no settlement in the world that would stop me from prosecuting a person who violated me. To which Low Vibrational Hood Rat of 2023 said, Jason, it's a civil case. Really quick, you guys, if you don't know what a civil case is when another individual takes you to court. There's only three things that can happen. They can either compel you to do something, they can put an injunction to stop you from doing something, or they can demand that you pay something. At the very least, no matter what they do, you are never in danger of getting anything on your criminal record or of going to jail. However, when the state or federal government, the DA, the AG, or a U.S. attorney prosecutes you, there's only two things that could happen. Three, yes, you could end up having to pay money through restitution fines, but that's not why everybody's scared of it. It's because for a misdemeanor, it means that you will go to jail. You can be sentenced with some type of jail time or probation for up to a calendar year. And a felony is a calendar year and 1 day up to wherever. Okay, that's what it is. You cannot persecute somebody criminally. Now, you can make a complaint to the police department. The police investigate. You can make a complaint to the DA and the DA investigates. But once the DA decides to actively pursue charges, a normal person has nothing to do with it. You can cooperate, but sometimes the DA will be like, we got enough information. We don't even need you to cooperate. We're still prosecuting. We see this in a lot of domestic violence cases where people are like, I love him, I love her, don't prosecute. And the DA or the U.S. Attorney's Office is like, we've already started these wills. We don't need you. Because at the end of the day, they're not trying to get justice for one person. They are trying to take away menace to society. A DA or U.S. attorney will be like, okay, so you don't care if your loved one pops you in the face or does the A-town stomp in your face. But as the people that we cannot have people that do the A-town stomp on people's face when they get upset. So we're going to have to prosecute you because he is a menace or she is a menace to society. You see how that goes? So, right? For Jason Lee to say that, it's stupid. And I actually think it's intellectually dishonest. Jason Lee is running for city council. He used to be a union organizer. He is very intelligent, but he knows what he's doing. He's playing both sides from the middle. But why? Who cares? Let's get into this, right? Okay. So, let's get back into this thing about the reason he settled so quick is because TMZ released an article. There was a secret investigation going on and they wanted other victims, right? Because before that, Puppy was like, she tried to shake me down for 30 million. Cassie never said it was 30 million. She wanted way more. Diddy's the one that threw out the $30 million number, right? So anyway, he was like, yo, I ain't settling for nothing until that TMZ article linked saying, oh my God, he's being secretly investigated. And then magically, an hour later, TMZ was like, oh, we step our words. There's no secret investigation. And I'm like, how do you have somebody going on record saying there's a locked case? And now you're saying that you just misunderstood. I said, something tells me there is an investigation. Puffy heard that, and all of a sudden things changed because listen to this, right? Even when Cassie bought these claims to Puffy, right? Diddy's attorney was Benjamin Brofman. Do you know who Benjamin Brofman is? He is an expert in criminal cases. He served as the head of Manhattan-based law firm Brofman and Associates. The law firm states that he's been practicing since the 80s for different cases and was previously employed at the New York County District Attorney's Office. He's fought for well-known cases over the years, including businessmen, celebrities, and others. He has the highest experience in criminal cases in New York compared to any other attorney. Diddy did not hire the best attorney for sexual, the best attorney to fight. No, he hired the best criminal attorney. Why would you hire a criminal attorney? Why would you hire a criminal attorney for something like this? Why? Because they are saying that he was voted the best criminal defense lawyer in New York, and he's received a Clarence Dower Award for Distinguished Practitioner from New York State Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. He is.
Hopefully y'all hearing this, because y'all keep thinking it's about a money grab and he innocent, okay?
It's the bitty best. So why would he do all that? Well, there's a few reasons. Let's get into this, okay? All right, so let me just pull this up real quick. Sorry, guys. Can you believe this mess? Diddy, and you know that Aubrey and them are actually bringing charges now, and there's other women. I made a video about that. Go ahead and check my page. And literally, Carisha low-key dry snitched on Diddy from old tweets, basically confirming everything Cassie said. Go watch that video. But anyway, get this, right? Where are we at? Let me pull this up. Okay, so Joe Briggs Esquire on Twitter, he's also on Instagram. He's a very distinguished attorney, weighed in on this. He said, there's a very high likelihood that negotiations on settlement have been happening for a while. They don't have to and are usually not public. Filing and entering a case into record is another level to push both sides closer to settlement, especially if one side is dragging. The practice of law is often about personal notions of justice being balanced against the population of, balanced against the possibility of justice in a greater sense. And a good lawyer will advise you on when you've reached the point of putting up or moving on. The problem is, most folks haven't seen great lawyers. When we're practicing and in cases with complex issues, the research and building of a case file alone can take years. Drafting responses, asking the right questions, making contact with the other side, it's a skill and art that requires attention to detail. Cassie's lawyer, if you don't know, Wigmore is huge on that. Cassie got the best of the best lawyers she could. Now, they said, lawyers you see on billboards and hear on radio commercials have a place in the system, but there are other lawyers out here practicing and moving in cases that involve real issues, and that's what happened with the Diddy and Cassie case. Again, Diddy's lawyer, it's not that he was outclassed, because he is the best of the best. It's the fact that everybody got it wrong. Diddy is trying to protect against A, right? And everybody else thinks it's B. Diddy was more, it wasn't the money. Because Diddy was like, I'll fight you. It was only when there became a chance that it would become criminal that he woke up and within 24 hours liquidated assets. Within 24 hours, allegedly liquidate. Maybe he had it in his bank account, who knows, to actually pay for. Now, get this, it gets deeper. Joe says, and somewhere in the files held by his counsel, this is Puffy's counsel, we will see documents showing how they encouraged Diddy to settle before the case was filed, and how he rejected their advice in writing, and how when they settled, that it was in the ballpark of where they recommended. Why is that important? Because why wouldn't Diddy take this to court? This case could have dragged out for years. It's because the more it dragged out, it wasn't just other people coming out. Because you've seen the Kardashians. They will fight for $5. People that have money, they have insurance that pays for this. It was the criminal aspect. We're getting into that scared them. Another person said, I think Diddy was stuck on a number and refused to pay more because it was very bad strategically to allow this lawsuit to reach the public, only to settle immediately after. Another person said he's just old and stubborn. I wonder if someone sat him down and did the math of how much worse it'll get going to trial, including how much more he'd have to pay his lawyers to chase. They said anywhere around $30 million would be the cheapest alternative. Again, she sued Sony Pictures. Joe said very much so arrogance costs. And somewhere in the files, okay. But there's more. Hold on. Another person said, let me just pull this up. This is where it gets into the criminal. And this is what they said that Puffy was actually scared about. And he should have been, because baby, you ain't gonna believe this. Genghis Kells, who's also a prominent lawyer, said one of those companies will spend $1 million. He's just talking about one of them, just Bad Boy Records, Sony, whatever, will spend $1 million to defend a $5,000 claim to prove that they are not the ones. Because that's the thing. When you let people know that you will settle easy or that you will pay up, people will file lawsuits, some real, some frivolous. But at the end of the day, they're like, okay, this is going to be light work, no reaction. Light work, no reaction. So sometimes you got to go hard to show everybody I'm not the one or two. If you are coming with me, even if you're right, you are going to have to fight for the rest of your life. Genghis says, I'm not going to tell too much of my business. I know the business. And trust me, this lawyer, this Esquire is legit. He said, I'm not going to tell too much of my business, but I know that one of the companies named will take a suit to court on principle with no issue. You can claim extortion, but when you claim extortion but still pay rather than going to court, nobody offers that kind of money to settle who is innocent.
Hello.
Especially not when you have the means to drag.
Hello. Stop telling me that person innocent. And I'm not saying they're guilty. Like, y'all know what I'm saying.
You know, Optimum Fiber Internet gives you speeds up to 8 gig.
Wow, that's fast.
The fastest in the New York tri-state. And combine internet with Optimum.
Through court. Those execs did not want their names and actions exposed and to be dragged into any criminal charges. So the phones were ringing and the cash was moving. Things like paying for hotel footage and booking her into rooms for weeks at a time, making Cassie have blank with other people would all have come out in discovery.
Thank you.
And a lot of those people may have also been subject to criminal charges depending. It was about to be a mess. Calling people to testify to what they know. Baby, the corporate suites were scrambling. Next Weinstein. That dude thought he could Hollywood his way. Weinstein thought he could Hollywood his way through court. And we see how that turned out. All those assistants and managers and agents got named, etc.
See, that's the part that I'm talking about, right? That's the part that I'm talking about. He was not trying to go through the discovery phase. Talk about, there's no way, of course you're not going to see the evidence. You ain't going to see the pictures because that's when discovery comes in. He saw it. We didn't have to see it because it's not for us to see. He saw it. So he like, funk. I'm not going to go. I'm not going through all of this. If this is true, because it's still alleged. You know, this is still alleged. Somebody clear up something in 24 hours. That is going in the Guinness books, baby. That will be going on the Guinness books. The world quickest payout ever. The world quickest payout. One day. Pow, pow. Pow, pow, pow. I was trying to tell homeboy, but it ain't about him. But I'm saying, if you're thinking about it, nobody does that because, I don't want you damn right. He got the means to have this sucker. He got more money than Cassie. Cassie don't have the money to keep going back and forth to court. She ain't got money like that. Diddy do. Diddy could have drained her pockets to the point where she would have had to stop. Her pockets ain't long. Her pockets ain't deep. But that damn evidence she got is some evidence in them 35 pages, baby. Them 35 pages She got some evidence in them 35 pages that Diddy saw. And that's going to bring a lot of people. Like I said, once they get you on that court, well, he could go to jail. You got to have deep pockets for that too. And you just can't just send people to jail just like that. He has to be proven through the state of the law. He has to be proven, right? So you can say, well, that could mean that he still could be innocent. No. He got deep pockets. She has to prove it. His pockets is deep. And he would have if she was lying. Thank you. That's let you know it's true. Yes, ma'am. So we gotta stop. We gotta stop with this behavior where these men's is right. Okay, if y'all think so, I guess all my co-hosts. I guess all their phones done went away. Uh-oh. Look at Cassie. She got a picture of her busted lip in Dubai. He needed a picture. Here go one. Stop playing. And then we're going to be out of here. I want to cover something else. Here we go. It says, Cassie photo of her busted lip in Dubai resurfaced after Diddy lawsuit settlement. Oh, that don't prove he did it. Okay. Cassie deleted a photo with bruised face and cup lips. Resurfaces admin Diddy's bait lawsuit as New York reveals rapper is not being investigated. Y'all think that girl ain't take no pictures? Y'all out your mind. Y'all all out of y'all mind. There go one picture. There you go. That you needed a picture. There you go.
Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing there.
Puff had a brownstone, I believe, on 35th Street and like Park Avenue between Park. It's some brownstones down there. I believe 35th or 36th. And Mace was staying there. And I went to go meet him down there one day so we could bust a move. This is when he just signed with Bad Boy. He didn't even have an album out yet. He was just getting signed. And I went to use a bathroom and it was a dildo on the bathroom sink. And when I came out, I asked him what's about. He like, that's homeboy's joint. You know, I don't know what it's about. He always have girls over here, but I don't know. I said, well, this one your sink. This is your bathroom. You're using this bathroom. I don't know where his bathroom at. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's word to my son, cause stop breathing. I swear
But you
to
know
God.
what, guys use dildos on girls sometimes.
That's true.
We seen some.
But he
you
said,
know.
I'm not saying he didn't.
Right.
I'm
You just
just
seen it
telling
on
you
the
what I
thing. It was
said.
just awkward.
I'm not saying that
Right.
it was for either. Puff had a brownstone, I believe, on 35th Street.
You're going to see so much more stuff come out. Yes, you are. You're going to see so much more stuff come out. You're going to see a lot of more stuff come out, baby. Sit back and enjoy the show. Because, baby, we don't know what this is a distraction for. But, baby, y'all can call it a money grab. You can call it whatever you want to. But he knew he was facing criminal charges. And he knew them criminal charges, allegedly, could be proven. Them criminal charges, allegedly, could be proven. We don't know. That's why she got paid, so we don't find out. That's why she got paid, so we don't find out. All right, guys, I am out of here. I might go live on the other side. But yeah, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you guys for coming. Like, comment, and subscribe, and peace out, babies.